Right, now you should be able to hear me at least. Excellent. Right. Oh, that's really clever. That's really clever. So the subtitles have decided to take over one of my text prompts. The things that come up and change randomly when you go live. Hang on a minute. Let me try and fix this. Let's turn that off. Save that. Right. And then we can put the text GDI back to what it was, which was something like other keyboard. Dear oh dear. Sorry, folks. We'll get there in a minute. It's just .com. I think it's page. Matt Peddlesden. One. I think that's it. If someone can just confirm I've got the right URL there. It seems nice and balanced, like it was intended to be. Oh dear. Right. Yeah. If you want subtitles, if you click CC on Twitch, at least, I don't know if YouTube shows them, but the subtitles are certainly there. Don't need them on the screen though. There is an option on Twitch, Mr. Roscoe. It's the CC button, closed captions. Right, okay, good. I think we might be organised now. Welcome to the stream. We're going to be here for a while, so there's no massive rush. What we're doing today, we are going to be raising money for SpecialEffect. And as you'll see when we get into the stream, before we get started, we're already over 400 quid, which is just the right way to start a stream, isn't it? It's brilliant. Who are SpecialEffect? SpecialEffect, what they do is they make it to where everybody can enjoy gaming, disabled people and so forth or people who've got something that means that operating a controller is not easy, or even possible at all, depending on what their illnesses are. Now we've actually got something, and I've not plugged it in yet. We'll plug it in later on. I haven't had a chance. This thing. So this is on loan from SpecialEffect. So this is the Microsoft Xbox accessibility controller. So it's basically just a big glorified Xbox controller. As you can see, you can plug all these things in the back. And the controller's, it's cool, it's neat. However, where it comes into its own is acting as a breakout box, because what you can do is plug in loads of buttons and switches to it. Let me organise that so that you can actually see the buttons and switches a bit better. Right, this is on a Velcro board actually, the way they've set it up, so that you can take, okay, not that one, there you go, take this one off. So these are all, you can move them around, do what you like with them, and you get all these different buttons. You've got triggers here, all sorts of things, got joysticks. So if you find an Xbox controller really difficult to use because you can't access things, this thing is huge. And again, you can put these. So if let's say for example you can move your head, but you find the arms difficult, you can put some of the buttons on the sides of your chairs and so forth. This is really, really neat stuff. So I will be plugging this in a little bit. It's only just a single USB port. The wires make it look a lot more difficult than it really is. It's actually really clever, really neat, very straightforward to use. So we'll be plugging that in a bit so that you can see it. It's a big cool piece of kit. And the other thing is that Ryan at the office has made a special livery for the 4024. So we'll be running that once today and once tomorrow to showcase a SpecialEffect greatness. But otherwise than that, really, what we're here to do today is to run some services in the game, enjoy some trains, chat lots and lots of trains. This channel almost, whenever I'm streaming, it seems to always devolve into conversing about food for some reason. And hopefully raise tons of money for SpecialEffect. BBIAJ, when does the SpecialEffect Mastery Challenge go live? I saw your message earlier on, and I've messaged someone. It says Jacob confirmed live on Thursday. There was an issue that he resolved, so players potentially missing an update. So try it again. Apparently there was an issue that meant it wasn't working. So try it again, and if it doesn't work, let me know, and we'll get going. Anarchist Angel, unfortunately, it's just using a standard Xbox interface. It's standard Xbox interface. It literally is just this is just a glorified Xbox controller, I'm afraid. And yeah, you can't see it. There it is. That's the USB cable for it. It's now fancy. That's one of the things that's really neat about it. Sorry, it all fell over. One of the things that's really neat about it is it's so standard. It just plugs into anything that can take a game controller, and it mimics a game controller. So, what have I got down there? Oh. Yeah. So yeah, the fact that it mimics just a game controller means it works with anything, and you can just reorganize and see how it goes. Cool. Thank you, BIJ. Awesome. Right, I think we should probably a little bit less waffle, a little bit more action. I've got a schedule for tonight, for today. So tonight, it's not tonight yet, is it? It's this morning still. Broadly speaking, Edinburgh, Glasgow, Vorarlberg, Trenton, Bakerloo, Navaker, Dresden, Haarlem, Preston, Maine-Torban, St. Patrick's, Southeastern, Bernina, Boston, East Coast, Mainline, Munich, Augsburg. That should take us up to, well, at the rate that I normally go, given that we're already 10 minutes late starting the service, because I start everything at 10 o'clock and don't allow myself time to waffle, which is strange, that takes us long past midnight. So I may not get it all done, we'll see how it goes, or I might get more of it done if I end a scenario early due to red lights and things. But I think in the meantime, let's get going. And don't forget, folks, raising money for Special Effect. Really, really fantastic charity. They actually came into the office and chatted to us about some of the stuff they do. There is a Google spreadsheet, sorry, Amaze Taze. The mods have it, and ECM2, that link I shared, you should be fine to share around. It's got today's and tomorrow's schedule on it. But yes, they came into the office this week and talked about what they were doing and how your the money that you donate is spent, and it's really good. They've got some really good stories. I've got a bunch of videos of theirs to share. However, I forgot to set them up. So after we've done a couple of services, I might deviate the stream for a bit just to get a video or two set up and running, and I'll promise to be a bit more organised tomorrow. Right, okay. Let's go ahead and get something sorted. I take it everyone can hear me okay. Everyone seems to be able to hear me okay. Let me go to this window. Excellent. Now I am going to turn the camera on because there you go. That's what we need. Matt organised, 2 words you'd never see in the same sentence. Well, unless they had the word "this" somewhere in the middle. You had 2 bacon sandwiches before and a coffee. Ah, Daniel. Oh, that makes me sad. Well, it actually makes me jealous is more the word I guess I'm looking for here. But as you can see at the bottom, down there, £423.55. Which is a tremendous start, absolutely tremendous start. Yeah, let's see how things proceed during the day, and yeah, keep those donations coming, folks. They're really appreciated, and hopefully during the day, during the weekend, I can show you, share, just how valuable those donations really are. The other thing is, Special Effect, if I remember rightly, don't receive anything else. It's just your donations. There's no government funding or anything like that. Right, okay, 385, 4 car. What service was I going to do? 1 Romeo 18. 1 Romeo 18. Okay, we're going to just set custom weather, July, light clouds. Good. Hope you've got lots of drinks and snacks today. I've got the biggest bottle of water known to man. And that's about it. So I won't do. Right, okay. Let's get the screen on. Train on. Put it in forwards. Doors open. Right, somewhere up here there must be lights. Maybe not there. Oh no, lights are over here on this one, aren't they? Full lights. Excellent. Thank you very much for that donation, Paul. Much appreciated. Kicking us off in grand style. Just keep up the great work, Matt. Appreciate it, Paul. Much appreciated. Right. Let's continue there. Let's get logged in. 1452. Enter. And 5555. Enter. Doesn't matter what you type in. Boom. We're in. Got doors open. Let's get the announcer up. Lock the doors. Water is the new coffee. That sounds like slander to me. Okay. What route is this, Avro? This is Edinburgh, Glasgow. Complete with window you can't see out of. Hopefully we get a bump in speed soon. Remember rightly, we do before the end of the tunnel. Yeah, there it is. Give it the beans. Oh, you can't see the throttle. All right. There you go. Croy is next, 10 miles. Hey, Geek Daddy. Thank you very much for that donation. Much appreciated. Oh, hello. Push it up to 60 miles an hour now. This is Glasgow to Edinburgh, if I remember rightly. Yeah, Glasgow to Edinburgh. Mr. Traingate, are you able to fix an issue with the MDF 125 coupling? Well, not right now, but what's the issue? John, thank you. He says, appreciate all the hours of enjoyment the team create. Much appreciated, John. Actually, Matt Daddy, Squeak Daddy said, I am happy to support. Great stuff, Professor. Thank you very much. Another one there from Bridal Gaming. Thanks for the stream. Don't never. I make no promises. Just realised. I ain't got safety systems on. Everyone shout at me if I forget safety systems, yeah? One of your favourites is Cathcart Circuit. Thanks, bad guy. Cheers. I don't think I've got Cathcart down actually this weekend. But yeah, I like it as well. Oh, you asked since I left. I didn't see it. Sorry, Anarchist Angel. Oh, 100 miles an hour. Slowly getting to the 100 miles an hour. 6.8 to Croy. I didn't do any announcements before we set off, did we? No one on the train knows where we're going.
Welcome to the ScotRail service to Edinburgh Waverley.
I haven't played this route anywhere near enough. I used to really play it quite a bit on Trinity Classic. For some reason, it doesn't come up in my enough when I play it on TSW. Hence why I thought I'd play it today. More traction available. What sort of traction did you like driving on it, Nick? I quite like the 385, but yeah, the view screen is kind of terrible. 3 miles. Old school diesels, nice. Oh yes, it was set pre-electrification, wasn't it? You're right. Because I think it came with the 170, didn't it? That window is massive. Well, I guess, you know, it's scale and proportion, isn't it, really? You enjoying West Cornwall local, eh, bad guy? Yeah, it isn't bad, is it? It's. I quite liked pootling the 150 up and down there, or the 101. Right, coming up to Croy. This thing's got good brakes, so I don't have to panic too much. Maybe I left it a bit too late. It's fine. Mostly. Good start for the first stop, yeah? As long as one coach is in the station, we're all good, yeah? It's fine. So you've got the whole of the rear unit in the station. Perfect stop. Absolutely perfect. It all went wrong when I said, oh, these brakes are fine, aren't they?
The next station is Falkirk High.
30 seconds and then we can go. You enjoying the Scotsman, are you, bro? Like, yeah, no, it's beautiful loco. Beautiful. Does this have SDO? I don't think so. Door selection. Oh, it does. Except I selected the wrong doors. It's all good. Away we go to Falkirk High. We are looking to do announcement story and rail, but in order for it to be practical, it has to be a cleverer system than the way that a lot of third parties doing it is super bespoke, and they're implementing it each time on each train. So, whereas we need to do it as a more of a common thing. But we've got a design for that now. So hopefully, at some point. Couple of donations. OGS19, thank you for the donation, and Dazington, thank you for the donation as well. Much appreciated, folks. Oh, vigilance device. Oh, that's all reset now. Good, good, good. What's today's target? I mean, on Just Giving, I've set it to 5,000, same as last time, but we'll get where we get to. Amazed Taze, having lived near Blackhorse Road for nearly 30 years, I can't wait for the Goblin line. Hope DGG do it justice. Keep up the great work. Well, thank you very much, Amazed Taze. Thank you for that donation, much appreciated. I think you'll like it. That's all I'll say. Oh, we've almost crossed that boundary to 500 quid. Tuxcat super worthwhile cause, happy to support. Thank you very much for your donation, pushing us over £500. Well done, everyone. Thank you very much for your support. It was close to 5,000, Nick, on the last one. I think before all of the tax, whatever they call it, gift aid, it was like 4,700 or something like that. Right Away Productions, that is absolutely fine. Coming along and joining the chat and watching the stream is also very, very good and appreciated. Let's break the speed a bit again. When we get a 5 circle teaser, don't know. Don't know. When it's ready. How about that? Is that good enough answer for now? It's about the best I've got, I'm afraid. Good morning, Max. Eddie. Just trying to confuse me. The circuit breaker power down and on again over the neutral section. You're asking me how I hold a pacer's speed? Same way I hold any train speed, badly. Good morning, Rob. How are you doing? I have no idea what Skyhook's plans are for the Midland Mainline route, Right Away Productions, so it'll be interesting to see. Oh, where are you going to do your pacer driving, Nick? I'm going to do the MML tomorrow. Coming into Falkirk High. The fastest train on Train Sim World 4. It's either going to be the LGV or the ICE3. I think the ICE3 is capable of 350 kilometers an hour. Which probably makes it the fastest one. TGV, I mean, it only runs 320 as scheduled service on only the routes, same as the LGV. Chloe, thank you very much. We're all behind you.
Really?
Scary. Thank you very much, Peace Bear, for your donation. Much appreciated. That's a bit better. Stop anyway. Right, where's the get off my train button anyway?
This is Falkirk High. Don't forget to take your belongings with you before you leave the train. For your safety and comfort, smoking is prohibited at all stations and on all train services. This includes e-cigarettes. If you see something that doesn't look right, speak to staff or text the British Transport Police on 61016. We'll sort it. See it, say it, sorted.
Bad guy. I couldn't stand seeing it being not a round number, so I had to, but it's for a great cause. Thank you very much, bad guy. Much appreciated. Although I think someone might have destroyed your plans there. But thank you very much.
This train is for Edinburgh Waverley. The next station is Polmont.
Right, we're off. 3 miles to Polmont. This is Edinburgh Glasgow, was I? .385, Jamie's World. You can tell because it's got even worse visibility than a 380. Original design of the 385 had the window curved around the side here and more, so this is less visibility than they were planning, but the problem is the curved window caused signals and things to come up twice. The drivers could see them reflected twice in there, and it made it very, very confusing. So they had to flatten the window. So this is the modified version there. The window used to come around the side here. I don't know what freight there is on this route. Danos? I think I saw a 66. I don't know if that's doing railhead treatment train or something though. Right, coming into Polmont. My favourite route to drive. My normal go-to route, if I don't particularly know what I want to do or I just want to do anything, I'll normally default to Southeastern High Speed because you can do anything. I really like the versatility of that route. If I want to drive something German, I'll normally default to Dresden-Riesa, Navaca Dresden. Rob, thank you very much for the donation, rounding us off nicely, £558. Good start, hoping the weekend goes very well. Thank you very much indeed, Rob. Oh, hello. I think having like a secondary set of announcements that the Colonel did would be quite funny. It has to be said. Have lots of the Colonel's wit in some unique announcements. Steve, indeed, we are raising money for SpecialEffect. This is their GameBlast 24 weekend. So we're streaming as part of GameBlast. 4 seconds. I'll be streaming all day today until midnight-ish. My interpretation of my end times is flexible. I'll just say that. And tomorrow again from 10 o'clock until midnight-ish. Couple of long days, couple of fun days though. I've lost count of how many charity streams I've done now, and they're always a ton of fun. Another donation's come in, hasn't told me who it is yet. I'm just waiting for it to tell me who it is. Substantial donation too. Thank you very much. It's really interesting how Just Giving's API that you use to pull down the details, like getting the donation amount and so forth, they don't always update at the same time. So the thing that tells me the total donation, it's going up again. I've still not had any information about the donators though. Come on, update. Dang you, Just Giving. There we go. Stony, out of my whiskey fund for a good cause. Thank you very much, Stony. And Wookie74, keep up the great work for a great charity. Thank you both very, very much indeed. So that's tremendous. Thank you. Right, 3.6 Linlithgow. Yes, I'm at home in the newly refurbished, formerly known as a garage, and now I refuse to call it a garage. It has evolved to the point where it is no longer a garage. Janos, that's really good to hear. Because yes, it has come on a long way, and I think even from knowing the stuff that's gone into it, you can sometimes not realise how far you've come, and how different the game is from what it was when it started. Sometimes I do look at older streams of when I've played the game previously and just go, wow, okay, yeah, we fixed that, we've done this, we've added these things. These things we thought were a pipe dream are in the rear view mirror, long done and dusted. It's just... Oh, hello. Must be something... Oh, hello. 90 limit. Slow down. Must be something in the station at Linlithgow at the moment. Formation designer will come to console. MH trains, yes indeed. Okay, whatever's in the station has left. Now we're clear into the station. Liam, are the Xbox and PlayStation accessible controllers supported? I mean, they just both look like normal controllers, Liam, so yes. Nothing specifically to support them, but you don't need to. Urban Fox, thank you for the donation. Much appreciated. Nah, 'cause it's fine in here actually. It seems smaller than probably it. I know I've noticed on the videos. Someone work said, "Wow, that looks really cramped." It's just like it's really not. Not anymore. It used to be because of all the rubbish that was in here. But no, it's much better now. Oh, you mean the trains? Sorry. Yeah, they're horrible, frankly. What have you played Train Sim World 4 for 24/7? Well, it'd probably be nice to have a break and sleep and stuff. I think I probably play it enough, to be fair. It's my job. Never thought I'd actually say that, to be honest, but it's not as bad in real life as you move your head automatically, thus seeing more through the small window than a game with a fixed head position. Yeah, this is true, yeah, because you'd be looking around like that, wouldn't you? And you're right, you can see everything you need to see. So, is it as good as a Class 52's viewport would have? No, but does it need to be? Ideally, yes. Is RSN somewhere in the schedule? It is indeed, tomorrow. I'm going to do all of the log shunting section in the morning, only me. I fancied a bit of BR363. Let's get going. Haymarket. 15 miles. Trunk service. No, the SHO1, SHO2 and SHO3 services. Hey there, Darko Sim. Bills, I do the charity streams because there's something that, because I've always done normally I do them for my own stream, but the last 2 or 3 I've been doing on the company stream. It's a me thing really, more than anything else. I get lots of support from people in the company sending me lots of positive messages. The only one mad enough to give up weekends and so forth. Have you ever been on 121 bubble car? I don't think so. No, I kind of I didn't get off my backside before Chiltern took them off of their line. Been on like 101s, used to ride them all the time, but don't recall being on a 121. Have you ever been on an ICE? Yeah, I've been on an ICE T and an ICE 3, I think. I did a course of a previous job. I had to go over to a place called Jena in East Germany, and yeah, it's over. Flew into was it Berlin, and then trained via Leipzig to Jena. Really pretty place though, that is, really. I mean, at the time it was I don't know how to describe it, but there's lots of older, less well-maintained buildings with this giant Las Vegas style big tower building in the middle. But last time I looked for pictures at Vienna, it was looking a lot more modernised. I was ICE in the rear coach, Liam, watching the track go by. It's good fun. Honestly, I didn't have any problem, Anarchist. I thought everyone was really friendly. Carter, if you have any problems, I'd suggest pinging our support team. They can walk you through any issues. I've not been on the XPT. I mean, I spent some time in Australia, Jack, but I've not actually done a lot of train riding in Australia. I was too busy when I was out there. Which is a regret, I've got to be honest. No news on any updates to Munich yet, Costas. I don't have any dates for unannounced release dates. If the company hasn't already released an announced date, folks, on whatever route it is, 5 Circle, Goblin Line, then I don't have any more dates for you, I'm afraid. You'll have to wait for official updates. Is it possible to have a passenger camera on TSW like on TSC? I don't know. Well, I'm dropping to 80 now. I don't know is the short answer to that question. I mean, in theory, anything is possible, but there might be practical things that stop it. Well, no, it's more that the way the game works is the context of the seat you're sitting in gives the keys that you're pressing. So if you're not sitting in this seat, you don't have access to these keys. I don't know whether we can make it to where you can just move the camera to the location of another seat and somehow still have access to these keys. I don't know. It's not been designed to work that way, so I wouldn't want to say that it could. Edinburgh route is a rivet route, Mandalorian, so you're best off asking them on their forums if they've got any plans. It would be cool though to get the Azumas in now they're there. Right. Oh, that's good to know, Bolt. Are you working with our third party team, or are you doing stuff independently? Yeah, I know Laserjet. I met him at the event we held last year for Train Sim Mod 4. Oh dear, right. Haymarket, 5 miles. Oh, double yellow. We've caught up to whatever that was in front of us again. Ping me a message directly, Bolt, and I'll follow that up for you. Well, my PC specs, it's 4080, i7 14700, something like that. 32 gigs of RAM, SSD, the usual. Runs the game beautifully. If you take off VSync, it averages about 100-150 frames per second, which is insane. We must be following something. Oh, I'm glad you're enjoying it, Darko Sim. Is that the tram line? Looks like the tram line. Not stopping here, don't panic. Let's don't forget to keep those donations coming in, folks. We're here raising money for SpecialEffect this weekend. This is their GameBlast 24 weekend. Lots of streamers doing all sorts of stuff this weekend. So if you want to take a break from trains at any point, go and find somebody else who is doing stuff for GameBlast as well. Lots of different things. Yeah, let's raise some awesome money for SpecialEffect. I'm going to run Vorarlberg next with a new reskin that is up on Creators Club now. Actually, if you just search for GameBlast 24 for the 4024, and yeah, Ryan's done a great job. Yeah, when the tracklaying team, the engineering team were looking at the track tools, Bolt, they were basically looking at, fundamentally TS Classic track tools do a good job, but there were some limitations or restrictions and it was kind of like trying to refine those out of the system and come up with a better system, probably better assist tools, so you can like see where things are going to go next if you carry on what you're doing, and yeah, it's really interesting. But yeah, I hear that a lot actually. The people like the track laying tools, and certainly from what I've seen, I mean, I'm no track layer, but from what I've seen, they seem more competent. One of the things that's it seems quite trivial, but isn't, is the and I remember us having this debate early on, is when you're doing when you've got super elevated curves, and let's say you've got a 4-track super elevated curve. Some railways, they will be like this, yeah? Some railways, they'll be like this, where they're side by side and the whole thing banks up. And so I think, remember right, we have support for that, where you can choose which form of banking it's got. Power off, power on. Amaze Tates, have you got any ideas for how to improve the search facility? Send me some examples of what you're trying to find and what you can't find and how you're looking for it, because I would love to improve the search facility. Love to. Morning, Beastie Bill. We didn't see the tram, did we? Is the tram even running? Oh, there it is. Look. There's the tram. Oh wow, that looks weird. Let's try and find the tram, shall we? The tram goes all the way around the facility. Catching up to it slowly. Oh, hello. Next stop will be Edinburgh. I am doing Antelope tomorrow, I think, Mr. Train Guy. Alright, we're on the pedestrian run from Haymarket to Edinburgh now. Thank you for that, Flow Riley. I'll pass that on to the team. 20 limit here, and the bit between the two tunnels. I don't think anyone's planning a tram route, Darko said. It was an easy, I think they did a straightforward, just a simple model, nothing drivable. Oh, there's nothing to stop someone doing a tram route, indeed, Darko. Totally. They're basically just trains. I realise that might be controversial. What sort of freight locos do you want to see, Jonas? Only Me, let's wake up the donations again. Wow! Thank you very much, Only Me. Much appreciated. That was a real kick up the donations. Boom! First scenario. Right, okay. Vorarlberg. Let's just rock straight onto Vorarlberg. Due to start this one about 5 minutes ago. We're doing all right. We're doing all right. No, Rob, this includes the donation from the officer. They got that in first straight away yesterday. How do you get the Train Sim World 4 shirt? At the moment, the only way I'm aware of doing that is to work at the company, I'm afraid. I don't know if there's any other ones in there. Right, Vorarlberg. Timetable. Right, this is cool. This will be done using the SpecialEffect livery, and we are going to run 5587. Again, we'll just keep the weather simple. Not far off the first grand, though, are we? Someone with better maths than me. That's what, £132 away from the 1,000. Right, PCB and CIFA. Put everything on. Put that in. Get the doors open. Let's have a look at this livery then. I've not had a proper look at this yet. This is on Creators Club, so if you like it, you can go and download it. Nice. Look, brilliant, brilliant shot. Yeah. Ryan Daly. He's done a damn good job of that. I think it's using the decals that are in the SpecialEffect Weekend Mastery Challenge. Headlights, probably not actually. Good shout. Instrument lights. Headlights. How are we looking now? Better, better. Right then, let's get going. I already got the safety systems on, bad guy. Does Austria only use the same safety systems as Germany? It is PZB there, and it's all based on the old Indusi system. mean, the signalling is slightly different, but the fundamentally the safety system's the same. Never remember how to get cruise control to work on this train. Remember rightly, you do that, and then you control the speed with this. I never remember though is how you specify what your current speed is. There you go, having set cruise control, it will then leave it. So when I take it off cruise control, it should start applying power now. Take it off, put it back on. So now we've got power. And then when I get to the speed I want, I think you just flick cruise control on. Sort of like Talent 2. So if I say 80 kilometers an hour, there you go. As soon as I've done that, it's put the thing on, and now we're holding that. And if I hit the up button, it will accelerate me up probably to about 85, 86. There you go. Something like that. What it doesn't do is give you a speed bug on here. I was looking to see whether there was something on the screen here, but I can't see something. It might be difficult to see. Yeah, it's here. VSOL is 85. There you go. VSOL 90. It's difficult to see, but it's there. Right. Hey there, Dad Rail, how's it going? Rob, wow. Well, since it's such a good cause, Rob there pushing us up to the 1,000, and then Dad Rail comes in and chucks another 20 on the pot. Wow, thank you very much, both of you, Rob and Dad Rail. Brilliant, thank you. Made the first 1,000, folks. Well done, you. Oh yes, you can use RF. It seems to be dropping it by the same amount. No update on Southeastern High Speed PIS bug came for the cache, no. The save settings on the PS5, I'm going to try and get that into the next update for the second time. Right, coming into look how Herbrandts, I don't know how you pronounce that. This place in here, this is where we're stopping. Don't forget you can download this livery if you like it off of Creators Club. Done by one of the guys on the team. Good shout, Rob, actually. Yeah, if you're a tax-paying Brit who and you're thinking of donating, don't forget to tick the gift aid option. Because then the government gives them money as well. They have an idea, but it's not. I don't think they've progressed. They've been busy on other things going for the cash. There are only so many hours in the day. Hey Paige, how are you doing? You seen the train livery that one of our guys did? Looks kind of cool, actually. When can I go? Come on. Timing schedule's rubbish. Just let me go. I'm going to need all the help I get to keep up with my schedule. How's the GameBlast going? Really well, thank you, Paige. Really well. As you can see from down there, we're doing brilliantly on donations so far. Everyone is the level of support is fantastic, yeah, I'm going to get the fancy controller out in a bit and show people the SpecialEffect setup that your team brought over for me to show off. So I did wave it around a bit earlier on, but I'll get it set up and we'll use it for a bit later on. So looking forward to that. That's really cool. I really like that setup. But yes, doing well. Be running here today until midnight-ish, and then again tomorrow for the same. So lots of opportunity for trains and donations. Really appreciate everything you and the team are doing, Paige. Really appreciate it. It's such a brilliant charity that does such good work. So I'm really proud I'm able to help you and support. Oh yeah. I've got this. One of my mods bought me this ages ago. It's the Linus Tech Tips water bottle, and I filled it up with water. It's bloomin' huge. So I'm all good. Paige, if you ping mod ECM2, then she can share a link to the video onto the chat as well. I don't know whether you'll be able to share a link directly. I think the bot might stamp on it. I might not actually. Mods, tell me whether that. Rebecca, do you know whether that'll work? Why is it not going? What have I done wrong here? I've opened the doors. I have closed the doors, right? Okay, good. Apparently I've forgotten how to train. Cruise control is off. That's off. Looking at the chat now, I'm sure someone will tell me what I highlight, what I've done wrong here. That's in forward. Circuit won't release the brakes. Circuit breaker. Oh. Really? Yeah? You right? Well done. Thank you very much, Mr. Train Guy. Told you I didn't know what I was doing. Right, off we go to Brigance. Oh, the neutral section on the bridge. I completely didn't pay any attention to it. I'm completely with it today. Clearly. Is this where the speed camera is? Here it is, look. This speed camera is hilarious. It's designed for the cars, but trains show up on it. As in reality. Dan, thank you very much for that donation, much appreciated. It was 60. Stopping at 800 metres anyway, so probably should put the brakes on so we don't miss the station brackets again. Will you do Hungarian tracks or trains? I don't know if that's something we'll do, but certainly looking for third parties who might be able to do that. Liam, I speak to a couple of people actually. Discord send me direct Discord messages about their experiences playing and how they get on and where they find it works and works well and less well, and they're blind as well. You know, we've made some changes to the game in the past. Like one of my friends, sadly no longer with us, is colourblind, but he was black and white colourblind, monochromatopia or something like that. And I just hadn't even fathomed that. And then he explained his experiences playing the game. It basically meant he couldn't play the game because you can't tell the difference between the signals. And so he added something into the signals, which you can't see on this version of the HUD actually. But we added something into the signals to make them visually different. And it also changed our design language. The whole UI team now, they run colour blindness tests over every user interface we do. But one of the things that's also in our again the design language the team uses, whenever you're expressing anything in the user interface, you cannot just use colour, you must use shape as well. You know, that's one of the reasons that the barber pole does its thing as well, rather than just being a coloured bar. So, I mean, we're not as good at keeping up with that as I'd like, but we try and get it wherever we can and catch it anywhere we can. But so it makes a difference and it just helps everybody. Yeah, it was John that I put that feature in for, to be honest, Rebecca. Because it was just like, oh wow, that's unable to play the game for such a simple, fixable reason. That's weird. Thank you, Liam. I'll have to take a look later. You can't do loading and unloading at the moment in Scenario Planner. SMRAW. Oh, I'm sitting here waiting for that orange bar to go down, and it's that's the destination, to the distance to the next destination. Donkey. Moving on. Still got some PCB crazy going on, so let's just settle down here for a minute. Should be able to release once the 1000 Hertz light goes out, which should happen shortly, although we're stopping in a stone's throw anyway. Got to milk this journey for all it's worth. Because of the reduction to go down to 60 at the previous, the PCB is just not cleared yet, and it's because it's all such a short leg, it doesn't get the chance to release between stations. Don't forget to keep those donations coming in, folks. We're at £1,023.95, which is amazing, but we can do better. I'm convinced. So, URL's at the bottom of the page, and the mods can post it in the chats. Yeah, let's see how high we can get it. It's all for an amazing cause. Okay, lock the doors. Expect reduction. That's a 60 mile an hour signal. Expect all good. Give it lots of power until we have to slam the brakes on, stop at the station. Clear into this block, but expect to stop. Yeah, if you want to make things with coal loading and unloading, you'll need to use the full editor, SMRAil. That can do it, but the scenario planner can't. Shiraz, I'd love to see some routes in India, Pakistan area, anything like that. We're not probably the people to do it because we don't have the knowledge and the skill. Oh, not the knowledge of the railways. But always looking for third parties to come on board who would be interested in doing that. Dawn Burn. Yeah, the 4024 is quite fun to drive, isn't it, Bolt? I remain hopeful that we'll be able to organise a recording trip. Nuts. Shush. Blooming train. Stop being difficult. Come on, brakes. Release. Thank you. Red light up here. I wonder. I'm glad it stopped me then, because I probably wouldn't have realised that. So why is it red? What am I missing here? Ah, got a green light here. That's what's wrong. We've got something coming in off a branch line. Managed to unlock the special effect mastery after completing a timetable West Somerset. The scenario on Holiday Express didn't count. Okay, I don't know what the rule, what does it describe the criteria as? They probably should have it saying something like complete a service. Here it comes. This is because I'm running late. There we go. Had I been on time, I would have probably got through there before this. Phil Elliott, wow, unbelievable! Thank you very much for the donation, Phil. That's incredible. This is a great cause. Keep up the good work. Very much appreciated. Look at that total now, folks. Incredible. £1,273.95p. Right, I can release now, and now I've got control of my train back again. Thank you very much, Mr. BZB. 7 kilometres to Dornbirn. Let's try and drop the hammer a bit. Tux Kadazuma, it depends. It's normally distance though. There's different distances for different things. I can't remember what that one was exactly. But from when 1000 hertz triggers, I think 750 meters later it'll release the 1000 hertz. 500 hertz stays up for 250 meters, I think it is. The idea being that if you're stopping at a red light, essentially the PZB is 1000 meters before, so that the 1000 hertz, the 500 hertz, all clear when you get past the signal itself that it's protecting. I think all the regional pricing are done based on Steam's guidelines, Shiraz. I'm assuming, are we markedly different to other games? I do like that we're starting to get routes with mountains and different landscapes in now. It makes them look different. Let's keep going. I want to get some speed up here. So this route, they don't have 500 hertz. Not all routes have 500 hertz. I think that it's down to whether or not they install the 500 hertz magnets. I think is down to how the route is, how fast you're going on the route, whether they feel you need the 500 hertz. Because 500 hertz will slow things down, and if they don't feel that they need it, they don't put them in. I think it's the Dresden route doesn't have 500 hertz. Maybe the Chemnitz route. It's not guaranteed 500 hertz is always there. Why is it some PZB is 80 and some is 60? It depends what mode you're in PZB for a start. So you'll notice the 85, 70 and 55. That's for PZB modes OM and U. So I'm in O, which is 85, M is 70 and U is 55. And that means is when you get a 1000 hertz limit, then if you're in O, your limit is 85, if you're in M, your limit is 70, and if you're in U, your limit is 55. That's basically for if you're running a heavy freight train. Then you choose modes OM or U based on your ability to stop, essentially. So passenger trains are generally in O for over, M is middle, and U is under, essentially. So if you're driving a really heavy freight train and you haven't got a great ability to stop, then you put it in U, and that would give you lower limits, more time to slow down. But then there are other limits within PZB, and you just have to remember them. There's only 2 or 3 to think about. Such as whether you're in monitoring and so forth. Dresden does have the 500 hertz. Maybe it's Chemnitz. I'm sure one of the Dresden routes doesn't. Shiraz, we may look at other countries, but going into a new country requires the team to get to the same level of knowledge and enthusiasm and so forth as you would get from what the team already have in the UK, US, and Germany. And that's not an easy thing to get. Not to mention all the assets and so forth. I think, being honest, other countries are best served by enthusiasts from those countries making those routes, and we'll obviously help them and support them, as we do any third party. SMRL Productions, I'm happy to support. Thank you very much indeed, SMRL. Much appreciated. Thank you for your donation. I should probably close the doors. I've opened both doors, haven't I? I have. Yeah, the GameBlast livery is on Creators Club, Polish Weapons Depot, and the Mastery that's on at the moment will let you earn the decal so you can make your own. Which ICE model would you personally like to be in the game next? I don't know. They're all really interesting. I like tilting trains though, so kind of I want to see the ICE. I think the one that I rode on a long time ago might have been the diesel version. So again, that sounds interesting. It's kind of different. I always like the shape of the ICE. It's got a different nose feeling, nose shape to the other ICEs. Speed limit 120, just limit it to 110 actually, got 110 coming right up. Armadale, which are the express services? Is it Rex 1? Yeah, REX 1. REX is the express. I'm doing an REX today and I'm going to do an S-Bahn tomorrow. Does ITTD fit into any existing routes? Probably not, to be honest, Liam. Which is probably why it hasn't been done. Lovely mountains over there. Four kilometers to go. Oh, they ran Hamburg to Lübeck and briefly Dresden Chemnitz. Oh, excellent. Oh, maybe I'll try and convince someone then that my idea is a good one. Oh, too fast again. No, the Riesa Dresden, I think it's just ICT, isn't it? I don't know if the, assume you mean the 406, because the 403 doesn't do different voltages, does it? The 406 is the IC3M. But I don't know whether or not we had that in the game when we did the 406. I'll have to try it. But it may well be it doesn't. I'm pretty sure it wasn't until after that we started doing multi-voltage trains. I'm pretty sure the 185.5 might have been our first multi-voltage train. Can't remember. Honums. Cajon Pass. Let me have a look. There is a schedule you can go and have a look at. What have we got? Trenton, Harlem, Sandpatch, Boston, Peninsula Corridor, Antelope Valley. That's it. So no Cajon Pass, no. Clockworks, yes, as far as I'm aware, Liam. Lock the doors. Got this. $140 going up to $160. I don't know if this can do $160. $140 is its limit. No, it wasn't, but I'm pretty sure it got updated. Beastie, no, I'm not running the Steam this weekend. I don't quite know why, but it didn't make it into the schedule. Open the breaker, neutral section. Close the breaker. I have no idea when the next Steam sale is, Kimar. None at all, I'm afraid. Okay, coming into the station now. Oh, Damien, thank you very much for the donation. Much appreciated. That puts us up to 1301. Thank you. See you later, Wiley. David Avery, looking forward to Dresden Reset. Keep up the good work. Thank you very much for your donation, David. Putting us up to 1311. We're already powering towards that next 2000. What time are we due in? 1807. Wow, still got ages to go yet. Doors. Rankwile. $140. Is there any chance for a remastered GWE? I know one of the team is interested in doing a remaster on GWE, but it won't be to change its era. You want, because if you want to remaster put it in modern timetable, put an 800, which you don't have, 375, not 385, or 387. Sorry, 387. Then almost a ton of the scenery has to change because it's specifically because of the construction work going on the route. It's dated at September 2015. The track layout changes if you go any newer than that, and all the scenery changes. So you'd effectively be having, even if you just do the overhead line equipment, you'd have this weird thing. Yeah, I know with the cursor. You've got this weird thing that if you you could put all the new trains on it, but then you'd be driving it in a route which is still fundamentally September 2015, and then it'd be wrong, in just different reasons. So I don't know. We did ask a bunch of people what they thought about that, and they said they didn't want that. They said that'd be wrong. If you're going to do it properly. And that's not a remaster. That's making a new route. I can't remember what the track layout change is, but there's like a fly under or something which went in shortly after September 2015. Doing anything with GWE Filter is challenging because it uses a completely different approach to signalling to the rest of the UK routes we've done, because it was the first one. The route would have to be completely re-signalled, which is a non-trivial job. So bluntly, pretty much anything other than spit and polish of what's there is a new route. No, Diesel Legends didn't change it, and Diesel Legends wasn't trying to. And you could do a modern timetable. I guess the problem is that you would have to put the overhead line equipment in, otherwise the trains physically can't run. Where at least the diesel trains aren't that fussy; they can run without. They don't care where the overhead line equipment is. Oh, I'm not opposed to doing another GWE route at some point. It's always been a favourite area of mine. And GWE is certainly really, really popular, so... What's your opinion on the upcoming Tadami line? I've not seen it, other than the screenshots, so I've seen it as much as everybody here. I like Union Workshop's work. I think they do good stuff for Train Sim Classic, and they bring a different variety and a different style. I like how the routes generally look. They've got a really unique visual style on their routes. And I know that they're super keen, super passionate about what they do, so brilliant to work with. So I'm looking forward to it, essentially. If that wasn't clear. I know there was some grumbles about the fact that the first Japanese route isn't going to be high-speed bullet trains. But honestly, I'm really happy that it isn't, because I think this will be a lot more interesting. The scenery on the Tadami line is beautiful. Union Workshop released Chinese high-speed, if I remember rightly, yeah? I think they are Chinese developers. They're not Japanese developers. They are Chinese developers. So they tend to do a mix of the two. Right, off we go to Falkirch. The problem with Shinkansen is the licensing is a nightmare, Amaze Taze. Absolute nightmare. It's very different to the UK, or Europe, and anywhere else basically. Not only that, the thing with a Shinkansen line is your first Japanese route then would have to be really long. And that's not practical for a new project or a new developer to do as a first project. It's insanity, bluntly. So as I understand it, Amaze Taze, JR Central, JR East and so forth, to date, or at least certainly when it came up, because we've already approached them, have never signed a contract of any sort with a Western company. Or hadn't at the time at least. So that would mean that we would be there first, which seems like probably unlikely. All the trains are licensed to the manufacturers by JR Central, JR East and so forth, so they're owned by the operators as well, not by the manufacturers. It's a very, very different system out there. You can't always just go with unbranded. It's just massive cultural differences that are challenging to work through, and you already get a lot of challenge from train operating companies that are already wondering, why are we talking to a video game company? What has that got to do with trains and what we run? What do we care about? And so when you add all these extra things, it just becomes that much harder. See you later, Nick. Right, that's us in Falkirch. Get the doors open. Is that JR East's simulator, Liam, or just a simulator on JR East routes? You mean the one on Steam, yeah? Because that's just a video simulator, isn't it? Where they play a video. Okay. For a stance. Speed limit is 90. Let's go to 110 then. Rather a technical question, I guess, but if you would upgrade TSW TV5, what would be the major issues with the old game running on UE4? You mean what would be the challenges of upgrading to UE5? It depends how you do it. I mean, if you take a UE4 game and port it to UE5, you've basically got a UE4 game running in UE5. You've not got the benefit of all the tech in UE5. Really, you want to start again and build a game for UE5, because then you can take advantage of a whole new different approach for lighting, a whole new different approach for models with nanite. There's a lot of different approaches. And even the way that the 3D world that you're in, is completely different in Unreal 5. I think they have back support for the old way of doing it, but it's deprecated, so they don't want you using it. So it's such a different environment, and yes, you could potentially port. The other challenge is that TSW is very, very heavily modified Unreal Engine 4. So it would probably be a year, 2 years work to modify Unreal Engine 5 with all the modifications that TSW needs if you're just porting it, without reconsidering, do you need those modifications? Is there a better way of doing it? No, I'm stopping. Is there a better way of doing it in UE5, and so on and so forth? So you are much better off just going back to basics and saying, right, what's the right way to do this in UE5, rather than trying to port the game. And I think you get the benefit if you just port the game. In fact, I know you don't get the benefit if you just port the game. It's a really, frankly, a waste of time, in my opinion anyway. Just putting a game into UE5 doesn't make it suddenly benefit from everything in UE5, put it that way. You have to engineer it to use Lumin, to use Nanite, to use all the features that are in there. The new world system. The new world system means that none of the routes are compatible. So, lots of fun. You like long streams? How many hours will be today? So started around 10 o'clock and aiming to finish around midnight. So however that long it ends up working out being, it's what, 14 hours? Oh, hello, I missed a couple of donations. Andy and Jack Withy, thank you very much indeed for the donations, much appreciated. Pushes the number up a bit to 1326. Thank you. Yes, tomorrow as well, Jab. All weekend, GameBlast 2024, streaming for Special Effect. So don't forget to keep those donations coming in. Very, very worthwhile cause. Amazing the work they do. And they can only do it because of these donations. So it's super important. Good afternoon, DJ Snap Attack. How are you? Jeff Jefferson, I am on the Vorarlberg line in a ERB 4024. Special effect, a special effect livery version of the 4024. Oops, hello. Don't need to be going that fast. Slow it down. 4.2 for Netzing. J Studios, no progress on Australian routes, and we are trying to contact Australian companies about licenses and so forth, but not making a lot of progress at this point, to be honest. How do you turn the headlights on? So there are two switches. One of them is over here, and it's that one. And then the other one is down here. It is that one. It's a high beams normal switch. Do we have everything we need for French routes? We're getting there. We're getting there. We've got some of the licenses we need, but we're missing some key ones. So, Dan, I think there's a Romanian developer in the third-party pile now. I can't remember off the top of my head. Oh, hello. Stop gazing at chat, Matt. Focus on the train just a little bit. Just a little bit more. What do you think, folks? How badly will we miss the station? Oh, a couple of coaches. Maybe even only one. Maybe even all of them in the train. Oh, yeah. See, I planned that. I totally planned that. Our Focus Entertainment committed to TSW long term, absolutely. I've not heard anything to tell me otherwise, put it that way. DJ Snap Attack, I'm not sure what the plan is for the survey at all. That's a JD question, I'm afraid. Oh, I've managed to get caught up again. Nice. Where is JD? Busy, busy, busy. I think you're seeing more of Alex because of that. I think because JD is busy with a lot of different things, Alex is showing up more in his stead. There's a team where the crashes when using photo on German routes mode. DM me on the forums, Flo. Tell me the details of that. That wasn't something I was aware of, at least. Doors. Ludesh. Another 5 kilometers. Ollie, can I buy the BR101 without HRR? I don't know if that's been changed. It certainly for a while there was the case that you needed to have HRR, but I think that's changed. Maybe someone else can confirm that for me. Assume that you need HRR until someone confirms otherwise, though. Player driver doesn't appear when you use photo mode from cab view. Oh, hello. Open the circuit breaker. Neutral section is over. Close the circuit breaker. This is a beautiful route, Whippy, it really is. So is Salzburg. Just the area lends itself to just some amazing views. Could you drop a hint to what Australian city? I don't have anything in particular in mind. First step is always talking to licensors, seeing what you can find, and then you can narrow it down to a route as you start picking up licenses. So if I do photo mode, is there no driver? There's no driver. Ugh. Well, that's not right. That was an expect stop. No plans to do the Sheerness branch, Jab. When we did the Southeastern and extended upgrade for it, we reviewed doing Sheerness branch or extending it to Dartford, and everyone felt that going to Dartford offered more opportunity and benefit than Sheerness branch, so we went there instead. Giving more run time for the things like the 700 and 465 felt like a good thing to do. Yeah, likewise, I'm quite pleased with how it ended up. I think it was James made the suggestion of going to Dartford instead, and it was a damn good call. Oh, if you go into external mode and then go into this, you get the... you do too. Oh, okay, I know why. That'll be because in this mode the driver doesn't exist, does he? There is no driver in this mode. It needs to be put in. Maverick, that's probably just a question best asked to a Dovetail ambassador. Newsiders. I don't know. Noisiders. Oh, don't forget. We had a PZB thing going on there. 1000 hertz is off. Cool, we're out of that now. Next on to Newsiders, 1.7 kilometers. Well, make sure you've got the PZB assistant on, like I've got turned on, Darkosim. You can see it in the top right, and it tells you everything you need to know. All your speed limits. If you need to respond to acknowledge it, it's all there. Festin York-Fang, welcome to the stream. I'm very good. Oh, something in your modded engine and you broke it, yeah. That can happen. I think we're going to have to attack ETCS at some point. See, I mean, there's the ETCS implementation that's on Luzerne, but that's sort of semi-fictional, really. Well, Mark Jolly, thank you for the donation, much appreciated. Rounding us up to a nice 1340, much appreciated. Thank you, Mark. Yeah, so I think we need to attack it at some point, but there's no plans at this point to. No. Blood ends at the end of this journey. How difficult is it to simulate or implement safety systems? Entirely dependent on the safety system, Super Polska. Like the CIFA or vigilance systems are trivial. PZB, I would say, sort of moderate. AWS is trivial. The American PTC system used in like on the antelope line in reality, total nightmare. ETCS probably hard. Yeah, I answered this one earlier on. Maverick, like Australia is licensing restrained. We are trying to progress with it, but not making tons of progress. held up by his bad signals here. So 40 and expect stop. Tutorial quits working at release the cut bar. Interesting. Have you raised a support request to notify the team of that? Well, you get the licensing from former train companies, generally from current train companies, Taku. Not in all cases. Sometimes they're not even train companies anymore. Like one of my favourite examples is Pennsylvania Railroad in America. You get that from an insurance underwriter. And when you look at the history, how that insurance underwriter came into force, or how they were created, it makes sense. I mean, because Penn Central created American Premier Underwriters, and ultimately APU is what still exists, and they own the licenses. But quite often, like if you want any of CSX's heritage operators, you go to CSX. Anonymous Donation says, awesome job. Thank you very much for that donation. Much appreciated. Putting us to 1360. £1,360. Thank you very much, folks. We've done Avanti on TS Classic, Jab. The big four you get through the NRM, I think. British Rail, as in the there and back again logo, you get that through the DFT, Department for Transport. It's complex. You've got to look it up. One of the reasons we have a licensing team is that they're really good at finding these things and working out where you need to go to and then making the contacts. It is literally a full-time, 2 or 3 people's job full-time to look after this. Not seen the backpack before. Yeah, Liam and Reese and the team did a good job on the West Somerset remaster. Really pleased with it. It's got some really good feedback. Excellent. Right. Okay. I'm going to have a quick 2-minute stand up and go and take a comfort break, and I'll be back in a second. I'm just going to leave the screen where it is for the time being, and I'll be back shortly. All right. Right, can you hear me okay? Testing, good, excellent. Right, headphones back on. PZB acknowledges page down on the keyboard. Right, where are we going next? Trenton with the cab car. What are we at? 1360, 1,360 folks. Let me see if this video works. I set a video up.
Nobody likes being left out. That's why SpecialEffect are helping people with physical disabilities to play video games. But this isn't just about having fun. The gaming setups we create are personalised, so people can play to the very best of their abilities. And that opens the door to inclusion and independence, confidence and creativity. Help us level the playing field and create more magical gaming moments. Because it's everyone's turn to play.
Isn't that awesome? I'll try and show some of their other videos. I've got a whole bunch of I've got all of their videos downloaded basically. And you saw that you saw this actually on the they have this thing. That was where you saw it on the video, albeit with maybe less on it. This has got almost everything you need for a complete Xbox controller on it. Let me move it back here. So I'm going to plug this in probably for the next one. I'm going to do Bakerloo line. I'll plug this in, and what I'll do is I've got a second camera so you can see it in action. But yeah, no, this is really cool stuff. Really cool stuff. So borrowing that from SpecialEffect for the purposes of this stream, so it can show you what sort of equipment that people are using. Right, let's go have a look. Is there a way to walk to DTG HQ at Chatham? You can kind of use the 8 camera to fly over there, but it's not really modelled as such. But if you know what you're looking for, you can recognise it. Right, Trenton. With the cab car. I don't run the cab car that often, so I thought I would run the cab car. 3823. Again, we'll keep the weather nice and tedious. Nick, yeah, I think ECM2 is shared over the spreadsheet with what the plan is. I am going to run. I'm running the N-Wagen tomorrow on Bremen, but I'm not running the 110 because I quite often run the 110. So I thought I'd do something different. Okay, let's put it in forward. Cut in. Open the doors. Doop-a-doop-a-doo. Wipers, standing, aux lights, headlights dim, marker light off, cab lights fine, and then put in all of the nasty safety systems. I think in reality horn usage inside Penn Station may be frowned upon. Can't imagine why. Get the doors locked, ready for an on-time departure. It'll be the one time we're on time during the entirety of this. I imagine it would be eardrum bursting, Liam, yes. Got a green somewhere up there in the rafters. Oh, we are moving. Sitting here wondering what's going on. I'm not confirming or denying anything at all, Mafrick. You'll have to wait for any kind of official announcements on those sorts of things. Yeah, no tea and no biscuits meeting. Well, no one will be able to hear me, so it'll be fine. Enough for now. It's downhill once we get into the tunnel till we're under the river. Put a minimum application on the brakes to hold our speed, at least for a bit. Shortly into the tunnel, the track speed should go up. Finally approved new tunnels. Oh wow, I can't imagine that being a quick job, Eddie. I don't know whether the Amfleet one is smaller, Tim Try, or if they're all about the same sort of size. Favourite third-party developed routes and locos in TSW? Ooh, don't know. Don't know. I quite enjoyed driving the 158, but that one's probably cheating. We did a good chunk of that. MML is a darn good route. I do like MML. Benina is probably my favourite of the third-party routes, actually. I'm going to run that today, later on, this evening. Uphill now, out the other side. How do you mean, Nick? What route would you make if you could make anything? Oh, I don't know. How about everything? Just leaving New York Penn, yeah, John. We're heading westbound down to Trenton. West Anglia Main Line now, Madar. Yeah, I'd like to see anything on the in and around the Great Eastern Main Line personally, just because that's where I grew up. Right, we're stopping at Secaucus Junction. Third party dev is making to dummy line, Union Workshop. Oops. Going too fast. Where does it say foot pedal? I don't know. I don't have a good answer for that. Any suggestions for routes that are making PC along slowly? Are there particular settings of most FPS increase? Top of my head, I don't know. Which routes are you seeing issues with? Because it really depends why you're getting the frame rate issue. To be honest, some systems are going to be CPU bound, some systems are great GPU bound. And you need to understand that first. So one of the things you could do is, when you're running the game, at a bit where the frame rate is poor, bring up Task Manager and look under Processes and find out, under the Overview, and find out, is your CPU maxed out or is it GPU maxed out? Because if it's GPU, then you know it's graphics settings to turn down. If it's CPU, then it's maybe game settings, physics settings and so forth that can be turned down. I must be following something, I guess. Or it was slowing me down for this left turn. Oh, I see, Nick, about the automated times. Yeah. I'll pass that info back. It's very difficult to step back from that change, but when did I originally join Dovetail Games? Oh, crikey, long time ago. Long time ago. I've been here for about 12, 13 years now. No, sadly I didn't have hair then either, Max. Didn't we share stats on the top 10 routes over Dovetail Direct stream, Whippy? What does that C mean? I can't remember. That'll be a signal. That'll be a signal ID of some sort, I guess, or it's flagging. No, it'll be these lights. I think for the alternate paths. I think. Can't remember. Covered it all when we did the route, but now I can't remember. Long time ago. Long time ago. On this cab car, John, this uses manually lapped brakes, so you have to. Whereas on like normally you get like percentage or progressive brakes, with where like 10% means 10% braking, 20% means 20%. With this, it's different. It's more like you've got effectively a setting. You've got your release state, which does what it says on the tin. Hold holds the brakes where they're at, but releases the brake pipe. So this is what they call an EP hold. Lap holds the brakes where they're at across the whole train. Service applies the brakes. So it's like service adds brakes, a lap holds it where they are. So if you look, this needle here is your brake cylinder, and the white is your brake pipe. So as you hit it in service, the brake pipe will go down, and when you put it in a lap, it'll stop going down. The red brake cylinder goes up to match that. Oh, 2 new donations. Apologies. Welsh Jim, thank you for the donation. Much appreciated. Says, I hope this helps. It absolutely will. Thank you. And Frankie, thank you for the donation as well. Very much appreciated. 1400. Well done, everyone. Thank you. Right, next station is Newark Penn, 4.6 miles. I'll try and talk you through the brakes as I stopped at Newark Penn. Oh, got it wrong. I released too late, or too early, and the train got all upset with me. Morristown line branch for a future. Maybe. The big challenge with it is that we don't get access to NJT equipment. So that makes life rather tricky when it comes to creating the trains to go on it. Right, let's try and do it with competence this time. Any news on getting user-created routes to console? No. No sign of that happening anytime soon, I'm afraid. Got to get the editor in a better place first. Yeah, well, I went over the signal speed limit. Then I applied the brakes, but when it slowed down, I released the brakes again before it had got under the limit, and that tripped the overspeed alarm and put me into a penalty stop. Southwest trains would be interesting, Taka. I quite like the idea of something down there. I'm still steering away from South London Third Rail, though. I'm going to be honest with you. There is a whole other country to explore, and we're only just starting to really see some of that. I'm not ready to throw myself back into Third Rail EMUs again just yet. Trying to get some more variety into the game, but I'd like to do SWT, 450s, 455s, all that stuff. DTG isn't on the stock market itself, but Focus is. Focus Onus. Speed come down with that drop. We'll be able to use an engine of boxcars with downloaded skins together in free roam. Can you not use custom liveries in free roam already? You're supposed to be able to. Why not the new trains? Do you mean for SWT? Because you'd be thinking of SWR, not SWT in that instance. Good afternoon, Sight. I don't think anyone's rushing to do maglev, to be honest, ENG. It's not the most exciting train in the world to drive. penaltied again. Jeez. You need to pay a lot more attention to this than you can when you're streaming. At some point, I would like to look at free roam having off-the-rails support. Yeah, Kurisu. Hey there, Jack. Rolling again. Well, you want to be paying attention down here so that you can see when there are changes going on and that you're not overspeeding. Because if you overspeed beyond a certain amount, the penalties will kick in for a certain amount of time. There's all sorts of rules about if you're up to 3 miles an hour over the limit, I think you get 8 seconds to come back in the limit. If you're above 6 seconds miles an hour of the limit, it's instant penalty breaks, that kind of thing. The other thing to remember is this is ACES, not ACSES. It's NJT's version of the system, which is similar, not 100% similar, but 99%. So we don't refer to the line as the Goblin line anyway. Josh, were we calling it the? I think it'll be marketed as the Suffragette line. In game, I think it was it's just the Gospel Oak to Barking Riverside line. So basically, Armadar, you want to be keeping an eye on what's going on with this down here. This is your cab signal speed limit, and you'll see this start to go down when you're coming up to changes in the limit, and you want to be keeping ahead of that. Hang on. How do you mean the parameters for the emergency brake? Brakes to come off, got the power on. Newark International Airport. I mean, when does it apply it? Oh, right, okay, so 0 to 3 miles an hour, I think, is nothing. 3 to 6 miles an hour over the limit is an alarm with 8 seconds to come back inside the limit. Above 6 miles an hour over the limit is instant penalty, I think. How old does a train or route have to be for you to be allowed to simulate it? Well, we've done brand new routes and brand new trains, so there isn't a limit there. It's entirely down to the operators and so forth. Go, so you can see the cab signal speed limit just went up to 70, and I think that is the 0 to 3 miles per hour, the tolerance that you're allowed. That's what that yellow is implying. that's just gone down. You have to acknowledge a drop. If you're even if you're underneath it, you still have to acknowledge a drop. So it went from 70 to 50. Yeah, I mean, we've made trains before that haven't even come out yet, Wiley. You know, a long time ago when we did the, what was called the IEP back then, now the 800. We did the IEP long before it came out, so. But generally people don't like fictional things, even if it's not released, it's fictional until it is released. And what happens then is what's ultimately released doesn't match the original designs, so it remains permanently a kind of like a concept. People want to drive what they see. Little bit of brake on. So when you're braking, if you keep an eye on these here, you put your brake. So I put it into hold, into lap. If I put it into service and then back into lap straight away, you can see that the brake cylinder has gone up to effectively a minimum value, and now we're slowing down gently. If I put it into release, then they'll come back on. You know, you want more brake, you put it into service, back into lap when you've got enough brake. Although there's a lag on it, so you have to be mindful of that. You can see it's still applying. There you go, it's just applied on that. Put it back into release, and off it goes. Once you get the hang of it, it's quite a nice system. A seller. Cab car running in that direction with a 46 on the back, I'm assuming. That's what it normally is. Yep. Yeah, Joe had many sleepless nights making this timetable, so he was glad to see the end of it. Get doors open. No plans for the Channel Tunnel. Has to be the single most dull route in existence. You know how long that route would have to be though, Rogue Squadron? It would take years to make. Come on folks, we've been sat at 1400 for ages. Don't forget we're here to raise money for Special Effect. Keep those donations coming in. All money is very much appreciated and goes to help Special Effect with the amazing work they're doing. So we can go up to about 45 by the looks of it. Busy day on the northeast corridor today. I'm not being allowed to get anywhere near flying speed. After me, you come first. More seller action. Any updates on the Colnarcon route? If you mean the timetable, then progressing. I don't know where we are in terms of a release, but Joe just put another update in the other day for people to look at on the test group. Number of services on that route now, in total, including all the AI, is ridiculous. Spring clean weekend for you, Josh. Nice. I really need to do that. Maybe next weekend. 6.7 to railway. Put it in service, acknowledge. Hold it back in lap, and now just wait. Yeah, it's in suppression braking, and it'll bring itself down to where it needs to be, and as long as I don't touch the controls, we won't get in any trouble. Now I can release it, now that it's flagged that we're no longer over speeding. That means you'll always go down and have to come back up again, but keeps it safe. Because that's the thing, a lot of their journey down here, you're going to be reacting to the signal changes. It's not like you can slow down ahead of time for a lot of them. You're going to be getting told and then need to react to it. So you just need to be keeping an eye on what's going on. I'd like to do a Dutch route. I've always liked Dutch railways. They're still you know, interesting to see the speed is going down. It did, yeah, the speed dropped down to there, so I can release now. Small increase in speed, but I'm going to leave where we are now for the time being. There's no point. I mean, we're almost at the track speed limit anyway, but we're clearly following something, so there's no point rushing. Driver assist doesn't tell you how to turn the safety systems on, but it does tell you that if you do, then you might get more points. That's probably what you've seen. The train with the rubber thing. I think that's all any of us remember about Danish railways, isn't it, Taku? I know exactly what you mean. can't remember what it's called. It's an IC something or other. What's the difference between American and European braking system? Quite a lot. IC3, that's it. Thank you, Viking. Or is it that much, really? I don't know. I can speed up. Let's give it the beans. Plummet vigilance. I mean, the brakes on this train are quite different because of the lapping nature of them. I don't think you find lapping brakes on European trains very often anymore. Okay, we've got suppression braking. Slow down back into the green. We've got another drop in signal. Lights out. American trains all use air brakes. They haven't used vacuum brakes for a long time. The compatibility with braking system is going to be largely down to the air pressures, I think. Don't know, I've not tried it. I'm trying to work out what would or wouldn't work on that front. As long as the couplers match. Remember, UK doesn't use knuckle couplers that as anywhere near as often. You need to make sure you're using an air braked train with knuckle couplers to connect to an American wagon. Then I don't know if it would generate the required 90 psi to release its brakes. Might do. Can't remember what 5 bar. Can someone tell me what 5 bar is in psi? Suppression braking again. No, we've not talked to anyone in Belgium, only me. The new UI in the top left, go into the accessibility settings, and there is an option in there for the minimal HUD. Everyone has it. So 5 bar is 72.5. Well, there's going to be your main problem then, because you can't get up to the 90 psi to allow the brake system on a triple valve to release, because that's usually set at 90. So that's going to be one of your major problems, coupling American stock. Oh yeah, because they've got longer, heavier trains, they have different requirements. Vacuum brake is totally impractical for long trains. Air brake is better, but then they use higher pressure to allow them to work better in that environment. Crikey, it's slowing me right down. Electric brakes, yeah, like dynamic brakes. Even worse, now we're getting slowed down again. Now we're on a restricting aspect where we've got to drive on site. Lorenzo, I believe so, but I've not tried it myself. It was Mike that set the 111 up the same as he did the 110 and the 103. Yeah, I'm presumably following another train, Liam. So Access has got me going, equivalent of being on Ambers. No, the M3A, M7A are getting a fix so that they won't do the bouncy like that anymore. I don't know what's gone on there. That's not suspension related. That was something else. Yeah, that's called electro-pneumatic, Jack. To some extent, this is using a sort of a small implementation of electro-pneumatic. It's what the hold state does, why they call it an EP hold. But we've used EP brakes over here for a long time for various things. Doesn't work for freight, but it works well for passenger trains because you get instant response. You're not relying on the airflow. Yeah, Access allows multiple trains in section, yeah. I need to stop sooner than that. Does the UK have tilting trains? Yes, we do. Not lots, but we do. Hey, Jill. Oh, loads of room. Stephen, thank you for the donation. And Jill, thank you for the donation. Much appreciated. Cool, we've got green light. Waiting for the brakes to come off. Let's get some power on. Well, the 390 tilts on large sections of the West Coast Main Line, Liam. I don't think the 221s use their tilting anymore, do they? I know they're supposed to, they can do tilting, but I think for some reason I've got it in my mind that it's been turned off. Metro Park, 3.8 miles. I'd love to do something like a developer conference, Josh. I think we need to get the editor in a better place before we worry about that. But once the editor is in a better place, then it makes a lot of sense. Something I've been wanting to do for a long time, but it's just time and so forth always getting in the way. be a good opportunity to say, I'm thinking of making a route that needs this. How would you think I should go about it? You know, we've had a couple of third parties that have, that have spoken to our engineers about doing something a little bit different and got guidance on kind of the best way to do it. Come on, give me a speed upgrade. Be nice. There are a couple of things that need work on the Diesel Legends pack, to be honest, Taku. They're on my list to have a look at, like the derailing on some of the services. Stupid mistake, just needs fixing. Yeah, we had a lot of problems with cinematic sequences. The world tiling system, streaming system on Unreal 4 is not the best. Let's just leave it that way. So, yeah, we find that's why you don't find cinematics being used so much, because they go wrong so often. How do you mean, Rogue Squadron? We've got more information on that query. Yeah, having a render as a video, it makes a lot more sense, Josh, to be honest. A lot more robust. One thing to be aware of when you're using splines, particularly landscape splines, is how long those splines are and where the origin of the spline is. Hang on. Because if, let's say the origin of a spline is at Gillingham Station, and the spline stretches to Strood, maybe it's a road, I don't know. What you'll find is that's so far away that on some platforms, maybe even on PC, and certainly on some detail level settings, that if you're driving from Strood and Gillingham hasn't loaded yet, that the spline won't appear at all. So the road won't be there, and as you drive along, suddenly it'll pop in, the whole road will appear. So when you're doing splines, try and keep them constrained to the tile they're on and just do multiple splines, rather than doing gigantic splines. You'll run into all sorts of problems if you do gigantic splines. Birmingham Cross City and Nick Reinstreck are not showing up in the game even though you got them installed. Have you got them installed in Train Sim World 4, Dutch Designer? They certainly should be. No, and we've done the same mistake as well a few times, Liam. The team are getting better at remembering not to do that, because it's difficult to think about it when you're in the editor. Everything just works and it's fine, but then you go and look at it in the game and you're like, where's that road? Where's that river? The same applies to really big objects. So if you've got an object which is huge, like a tunnel, so a good example of this was a long time ago, and it took us way too long to fix this. In the Long Island, I think it was Penn Station, when you came out of Penn Station and you were on a console, which has got much tighter draw distances and load distances, most of the tunnel didn't load. So you'd be driving on this track in the white sky, seeing ground above you. And then at a certain point along the journey, pop, the tunnel would appear. And it's because the origin of the tunnel was the other side of the tunnel, which meant that until it loaded the tile that had that origin on it, the tunnel didn't exist. So they had to change the origin of the object to move it sort of more to the middle. There's JD in front of us. Oh, I tell you what, someone's in front of us. Get out of my way, basically. This thing. Get out of my way. Well, it's one of those things where in theory it's easy, in practice it takes a hell of a lot longer than you'd expect. And, because moving the origin, replacing the object, then you have to relight bake the tunnel, having replaced the tunnel. So we actually probably end up looking at half a day, 4 hours work to do that. Forgot that was a red. Easy though, loads of room. Good, plenty of space. Where would you like to see gameplay packs, Taku? I'm a big fan of gameplay packs, and so are a lot of players, to be blunt. So I'm interested to see where people want to see gameplay packs. They quite often only will be for newer routes, but if there's a good opportunity somewhere, a good option somewhere, then why not look at it? Does that mean that other train is gone now? Ah, it's changed road. Right, we might be able to get on. I'm not going to grip it and rip it just yet because we're supposed to stop here, Liam, but what does everyone think of all the new accessories that have been added to the characters? Ollie's been working really hard on those. So earbuds, got the briefcase, got the backpack. Not seen any headphones so far. Of course now everyone's gone. Yeah, I agree, Vols. When I saw when I saw what he was doing and how it was going, I was just like, actually, this makes a really big difference. Yeah, the dragging luggage one is really cool. So age, height, size and style variations mean using different skeletal meshes, Josh, and that actually ends up being immensely complicated, which is why it hasn't been dealt with at the moment. Probably wouldn't happen until we can put a new character system in based on meta-humans or something. Oh, cab car. .3 for Matution, but hopefully we can run line speed now for a bit. London Overground's coming very well indeed, our show. Okay, is that the one missing off Boston Providence? No plans to do that, I'm afraid. Right, coming into Matution. Get there eventually. I mean, we're only running about 20 minutes late or 15 minutes late, so you know, it's fine. It's all fine. Everyone's found my pink headphones and the laptop streaming, me streaming in the training centre, right? You've not said that, Josh. Go and have a look at the offices in the training centre upstairs. Well, we got held up behind that other train for so long. We've been running at about 20 miles an hour instead of 80. Stop, darn you. I'm redefining this as the front of the train and declaring this a stop a success. Headphones. Got the man carrying a bag. Right, Edison, 3 miles. God, this is a stops at every blade of grass service, isn't it? Wheelchairs and walking sticks, yeah, quite. I mean, wheelchairs especially, because wheelchairs would need different ways to access this train, which would delay services, and there's quite a bit of an enormous amount of work to make that work. Actually, what we want to do is I want to get wheelchair users kind of as dioramas on the platforms at least, so that at least they're present. I don't like the fact that they're missing entirely. Reaching never before seen speeds on this train today. Operating intermodal terminals. We're actually right back to the before Sampret's grade. We had a prototype proof of concept of a container loader, and we've just not been able to bring that through into the game proper. So maybe at some point. We had some ideas. It brought out a lot of more things. I was just like, oh, if it can do this, then I want it to do this. And it's one of those things that the more you go, the more you dig, and the deeper the hole gets. What is the meaning of access? The Advanced Civil Speed Enforcement System, ACSES. Or as NJT, I think it's just the Advanced Civil Enforcement System. It's just ACES. Yeah, the container system, loading system we did worked really well on the whole, because it would move the crane backwards and forwards to find the right place to put it on the wagon. You know, like in TSC, it kind of drops it, puts it down, and then it snaps over to the right place on the thing. Whereas this, the container moves, the crane moves itself to the right place, so that you can so that it always drops it in the right place. Worked really well. And now we've got suspension. You'd actually see the container, the wagon going down as it got load on it as well, which would look good. Liam, the light bulb above my head is on. If you're going down the joke route, I'm following you. I'm chasing you. Hey, Nico. Scott, yeah, I got held behind a slow stopping service that has finally been switched onto the fast to get to let me get running. But hey, it is what it is. Thank you, Nico. Speaking of, £1,425.78. There's the donation link, and it's also on the chat. It's been pinned, so do drop a donation. It's all for an amazing cause. Hope you're keeping fed and hydrated. Yes, indeed, Phil. Yes, indeed. 2K in the States, you get multiple train occupancy, and trains are allowed to pull in, so you don't get red lights in the same way. Red light, essentially, you get some red lights which are stop and some which are proceed at restricting speed, and then the engineer has to proceed on site, and then they will just pull up behind the train. If you look on YouTube, you can see photographs, see videos and photographs of it happening. Oh. Possibly, but I can't think of how that happened, realistic Aussie. It was okay until it just suddenly started to get really slow. No, multi-train occupancy is a unique feature of US railroads. It's an absolute pain in the backside for us as simulation developers, but yeah, it's a thing. I'd rather it wasn't. I'd really rather it wasn't. There we go, we're stuck again. Oh no. I believe so, Joe Muller. But let's talk simmering barn nearer the time. Multiple occupancy allows for higher density train service patterns. Simple as that, Liam. Special effect on total is approaching 100,000, is it? Well done, that's brilliant. We've got our little part of that, which we can hopefully make bigger. Where are we now? Getting there, slowly but surely. What's up ahead? Is there anything? No. Good. Right. Hopefully we get some clear running. I think JD's stepping back from the streams and letting Alex take a more leading role on the streams, essentially, John. JD's got a million things to do. Does this route get overwhelming to you? No. A lot of it's remembering how you do the safety systems, because I drive all the different routes, so after time I have to spend the first bit of a scenario reminding myself how you do everything. Yeah, line speed and track speed, signal speed are up at 90, so 1.6 miles to Jersey Avenue. What's the longest route the game will allow you to make? Honestly, no idea. It also depends on how much you can tolerate deviations, because Train Sim World, because it's based on Unreal, uses a flat Earth model. So you have to use something called a UTM, Universal Translocator, to map the sphere into a flat Earth. What that naturally does is put warps and deforming on straight lines, or what would be a straight line. You're probably good for, if you're going east-west, 300 miles before it gets too bad. North-south isn't too bad. North-south, you can probably go 1,000 miles. Power brakes on. I have to go a little bit fast, and all of a sudden I'm likely to miss a station again. Where you're going to run into problems is going to be how much the scenery takes up in memory. John, I want to know a little more about, as the route costs, I want to give a little more than... I'm not sure I follow you, John, but thank you very much for the donation. Oops. Game development would be easier if the conspiracies were true. A true statement there, I tell you. Yeah, so your problem with a longer route is going to be how long it takes to put the scenery on it, which is huge. The amount of RAM all that stuff takes up. The fact that the entire track network is always loaded into memory, so a long route that's taking out the base amount of memory that you can have for scenery across the route. All the trains you've got running on the route, because if you've got when you simulate a timetable, you end up with data tracks, and all of those data tracks are in memory the entire time. So if you've got 1,000 services moving throughout the day, you could fill up 2 gigabytes of memory all the time, just having all the timetable running, and yeah, that's a lot. The fact that the 300-mile route is possible, Filger, doesn't mean that it makes sense. Bluntly, it takes a long time to make a 50-mile route. It's Joe. Welcome, Joe. Liam, is the green on the speedometer how fast you're allowed to go? Yes. That's the signal speed limit. Hey Thomas, how are you? Princeton, for Princeton Junction, and we got the green light all the way up. Well, let's give it the max then. Let's give it the max. I'm doing well, thank you, Thomas. Sergeant Saul, how long does it take from first ideas to planning a release? Months. Months and months. We plan everything a year plus in advance. For TS Classic, yeah, maybe be shorter than that for a TSW, because it takes a lot. It takes an order of magnitude longer to make a TSW route than a TS Classic route. Hentis, how are you doing? Looks like another donation's come in, but I'm just waiting for it to update. Andrew, so I've been speaking about this on the forums. It's not so much that US Freight is on the back burner, it's that players are constantly saying that they want new trains, they want the trains to sound great with custom recordings, with ideal physics, with details on them. Hey Red Mozzie, thank you very much for that donation, much appreciated. And we can't get access to the trains, so desperately want to do more US Freight, but can't meet player expectations. So rather than half brass something, waiting until we can, essentially. Uh, 11 miles to Princeton. Let's give it some more power. Yeah, I got held up massively by a slow train earlier on. Shut up, vigilance. A couple of people have said that to me, Joe, but they've also said on the forums in other times that, you know, they've been raging about how, oh, but this is a copy paste, because that's what you're looking at. It's not about, oh, it's only 80%. It'd be a copy paste from something else, you know. The problem is also that when I put a route like that on the schedule, I know when I put Home Pass on the schedule, the team got very stressed about it. Very stressed about it, because they're like, we can't get access to this stuff. There's just no opportunity to. So being asked to make something and they know they're not going to be able to deliver something they're happy with. In the end, they actually pulled it off, but not without a lot of stress. Yeah, oh, the end result of Cajon Pass was really good. Really, really good. I'm very happy with it. But for quite a long time, the ES44C4, I can't remember whether it was going to get the AC4400 sounds or something daft, you know, was what it was going to end up with. And then something approaching usable came up at the very last minute, if I remember rightly. The SD70 ACE, we just use Class 66 sounds because it's the closest thing. Because yeah, there's a lot of similarity between them, the same engine, but yeah, I'd love to talk to American third parties, Joe. The door is open. We are working with a couple. We'll see where they go. Least stressful routes to develop? Don't know. I mean, UK routes are pretty straightforward. German routes are pretty straightforward. It's really just the American routes that boil the blood. It kind of depends how much is new, unique, and exciting about a route. If it's doing things which have not been done before, then that's, you know, a significant bump up in the how difficult it is to make. If it's yet another third rail 377, then you can do it in your sleep. You know, it's a lot easier to do a route like that because it's well understood, well expected. Three miles for Princeton. The biggest reason that the two biggest reasons for not being able to get access with the train companies are: one, the train company just doesn't want to license the content at all, and the other likely reason is that they're busy. They've got a railroad to run, and like the Class 1 railroads, pretty much all universally talk about safety regulations. And if you look at it from the perspective, let's say you are you're the person, the head of safety at a Class 1 railroad, and someone comes to you and says, hey, we'd like to come on site and we'd like to attach things to your trains and climb all over them, record sounds and do stuff with them in the yard. And maybe even ideally, we'd like to get them out on the main line so we can do recordings at speed and get the proper sounds. And so you're sitting there thinking to yourself, right, there's some serious safety potential problems here, because you've got people who are not familiar with working around these massive trains, and how dangerous they are. Even though, yes, we are familiar, we appreciate that, but they don't know that. You know, you can tell them till you're blue in the face, but they don't know that. They're sitting there going, do I need to do this? Do I really need to do this? Or can I just say no and not have a problem here? And the answer is they can just say no and not have a problem here. Yeah, this is not going to affect their business in the slightest if they do it or if they don't do it. It is very much a, do we have the freedom, the space, do we have the time, do we have the people? Because it can take 2 or 3 people from their side to get the stuff, to support us for the day as well. So it's quite an investment of stuff there, of time from their side. So it's a huge exercise. I mean, when we went to Metrolink, they were with us for 2 weeks. doing stuff. They put 2 special trains on for us, and run those for us. And there was literally just our team on the train recording it, helping us around the depot, providing access to things, providing info, keeping an eye on us, making it on the team to make sure that everything was safe and they were happy with it. So you can definitely understand why someone might just say, I don't need that. I've got other things to do that actually matter. So money comes up very rarely as an issue in terms of the what's in it for us side of things. Really is not the main concern. You know, you got a freight company, you know, class 1 freight company. Anything we provide, even if we provide lots, is not going to come anywhere near what they get from a run on a freight train. So it's that's really not so much the issue. It's not nothing, but it doesn't really come up that often. But that's what you've got to keep in mind. So the manufacturers have got limited ability to work with us because they don't run the train itself. You know, they might be able to provide us, so we work with Siemens, for example, and Hitachi, and they can provide us some technical specs and so forth, but they're not actually running the train. So you'd need to then work with manufacturer and the operator to be able to make that kind of thing happen. I think when we did the Azuma, we worked with LNER and Hitachi together to be able to get the recordings of the Azuma. Well, possibility. I need to look in more into the class 2 side of things, Andrew. The problem is that there is kind of a thing that says if I go to company A and I record company A and they make time for me to record their things, then the route I produce should be for company A. It should be to, you know, it should be that quid pro quo. It should be, you know, the other side of the equation. If you go to company A to get the trains and then use it to make company B's content, I don't know, it just leaves a sour taste, and you can understand why that might leave them not wanting to do it again. And that's never happened, but it's so then you've got to find a class 2 railroad that you're initially keen on doing, because we did work with trying to get short lines on at one point, but we know that short lines won't work as a product. So it's kind of like, well, I can go to these guys and record some of their stuff. They got GP30s and some interesting trains, but then how do you then manage the fact that you're not going to make content, you're not going to put them in the game? So that's why we haven't pursued that. Joe, my 2 cats are in the other room, in the kitchen, complaining that they have only had 1 breakfast today. They were trying to scam their mother into getting a second breakfast, but the mother hasn't got out of bed yet, or at least hadn't when I went in earlier on, and therefore they complained to me that I should provide them with the scammed second breakfast. This was the gist I got from meow, 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 anyway. What's been the motivating factor for companies that have worked with you? Because they get it, I guess, because they find it fun. Normally it's down to people who are into it. They want, you know, like Amtrak, their guy is just a massive Amtrak fan, which sounds like obvious, but actually no, he's a total Amtrak rail fan enthusiast. So he goes around evangelizing Amtrak, and anything which boosts the brand in his eyes, he's keen to see what he can do, and he'll go. He really goes way out of his way to help us. It really is amazing. And then with like Metrolink and Caltrain, I think they got people working for them that play the game, which makes it a you know, and it is easier then because you've got, you know, people inside the company that can talk in meetings positively about what they enjoy about it, rather than just us listening to the sales pitch. So. No plans for anything from the 1920s, no. Hamilton. Laramie, I don't think there are any sales on at the moment, no. Very droll, Phil, very droll. Or should we add it onto the East Coastway route instead? So your local station is... Everyone wave to silent red as we go flying through, forgetting to stop. It's a long stream, what can you do? Quite right, quite right. I'm not going to be any better. I don't know if it's as much about that. Eternal Drex says American freight companies, some of the oldest, most powerful companies in the States, prefer not to be in the spotlight because we have licenses with all of them, so there's nothing stopping us making stuff up and putting their brands on them and getting that approved. It is purely about the practicalities of access. Right, coming into Hamilton. Uh, 14900 KF with RTX 4080 sounds similar to what I'm running here. 77 EMU fan, gorgeous, really runs well. I kind of want to get myself a 144 Hz monitor just because this machine can drive 144 FPS. At the moment it's limited to 60, which means it's bored. I've never had a machine like that. Does the team still seek help from community members from reference materials? Always. We're always up for input. Contact me on the forums, DM me, or Discord, or however is convenient for you, Max. And I can put you in touch with the appropriate people. DJ Snap Attack. So that's not explicitly mentioned about weathered and dirty liveries, but it usually comes up in the brand review. So when you send the visuals off for being reviewed, anything which is like, some of them will allow a little bit of weathering, but none of them will allow excessive weathering. So and the grayscale varies according to the operator. I know one time we sent something off for review and they came back and said, look, we'll let this one go through, but I don't want to see anything that dirty again. Trenton. Dogacan way too early to answer any questions like that. He says, what will happen to UE4 routes when TSW move to UE5? Not a clue. Not a clue. There is no way to answer that question right now. That's not even just me being the standard DTG rep. That is just literally none of that stuff exists. None of us know the answer to that question. We have expectations, but we don't know what the truth is yet. I don't expect any of the consoles can do 4K 120, no. I mean, even the Series X is only intended to do 4K 60. Richard donated last year, so I'll continue this year. Good luck with the target. You managed to reach it last year, and I'm sure you'll do it this year as well. Thank you very much indeed, Richard. Really appreciate that donation. I mean, there aren't that many of us in the office anymore, Ludwig Tales, so you are better off contacting electronically. None of the people that would give you support are in the office, for example. They're all working remote. So the best you could do is get in touch with somebody who would then take your details and then deal with you and then pass you on to deal with electronically. Okay, I've not looked at anything 120 Hertz, but no, TSW is not set up for doing 120 Hertz. And honestly, most of the time it barely hits 60 FPS, so 60's fine. 60's fine. You start wanting 120 Hertz, what you mean is you want a less detailed game. Train Hunter, this is New York to Trenton. Yeah, likewise. I mean, if I push down the graphics, I could probably hit 300-400 FPS, but what's the point? Sitting locked on VSync around 60 FPS at the moment, but if I take VSync off, I get ridiculous frame rates. But there's no point. No point at all. In my opinion, anyway. I realise everyone's opinion on that is different. Who's stolen my ears? I haven't brought them home from work. They're sitting on my headphones. What I need to do is just order another set that I can attach to these ones. These are a newer set of headphones. What route is next? Bakerloo line. We've got diverging clear. Frame rate, that's over on the top right. I'll just put it back on again. Train Hunter, there is a schedule. ECM2 posted it earlier on, I think, if you want to have a look at the schedule for today and tomorrow. Lots. We've barely begun. We have barely just begun. I was going to go 38 stock today, actually, for a change, because I've done lots with the 1972 stock. So I thought I would have a change and do the 38 stock. Oh, I see. It's crossing us all the way over so that the train's lined up ready for a return to New York. Block up the entire main line for a little while, shall we? I popped it into handle off instead of leaving it in, so it's too easy to get it. Problem with using keyboards is too easy to put things into states you don't mean them to. Right, and it's the brakes. He's probably been sitting there going, "Oh, I'm so slow because that train up in front." Next 20 minutes waiting, just cruising in here. These locos definitely take some practice, Hentis, getting the hang of the signalling system. It is pretty cool though once you get the hang of it. Got limited divergent. "4K on 144 hertz monitor." Holy Moses, what sort of machine have you got? Is that a 4090 or something? Yeah, these streams are an opportunity, Eternal Direct, to just do some nice long runs rather than doing lots of little ones. I don't know what a 7900 XTX is, to be honest. I really don't know my AMD cards. Yeah, Xbox One's probably not going to hit those frame rates. So how does a 7900 XTX compare to the NVIDIA range then? What is that equivalent to? Is that equivalent to a 4090? Be interesting to see where the PS5 Pro ends up. Yeah, and it's been interesting seeing the rumours online about how it might line up with GTA 6 release as being sort of targeted as being as an ideal GTA 6 platform. That's quite shrewd if that's the case. Because I can see GTA 6 being the game that makes those that haven't switched over, get them to switch over. No, we haven't got PS5 Pro dev kit. No, not aware of. No one said anything to us officially about a PS5 Pro. I'm going based on what I've read on the forums. Bronze, there you go. I blame the service in front. Right, now before I proceed, I am going to get them this fancy controller set up. And then I'll get the camera pointed at it so you can see it. Right, just making some room on the desk. Plenty of desks, so we're all good. Right, let's get this set up. Microphone thing. Okay. That needs to be the other way around to be truly useful. Wires, wires, wires. This is it. This is the that it's powered by. It's the Microsoft. I can't remember what they call it. Adaptive controller. It's called the Xbox Adaptive Controller. Plugs into your PC just as easily. But as well as just having big buttons and things, no joysticks on this. Just two giant buttons and the D-pads. The key thing is all these 3.5mm connectors on the back that you can use for plugging in devices. Let me just take one out. It's just a standard tip sleeve 3.5mm connector, and then on the back you've got all these icons for, you know, this is for the Xbox button. So all the functionality of an Xbox controller can be mapped out to external buttons, which is what this has been set up to do. So let me put that down here out the way. That will do. And then I need somewhere to plug it in. I hadn't thought about that. Let me see if it plugs in here and see if we lose anything. I'm running out of bandwidth on some of my Xbox buses. Oh, it's all come on to life. Right, let me get a yeah, let me get that. Let me get the camera. So if I switch now to this view, with any luck, hey, there we go, look. Except my camera's died. Well done, excellent. There we go. So this is the device. So you basically so what happened was that Microsoft did the adaptive controller, which is this thing, but you still needed the buttons. So then Logitech came along later on and did a button pack, just where you can see the Logitech logo here. So they did this button pack. Now this Access inclusive thing is then is a sticky pad for it, and then you put Velcros on the bottom of them. So let me just pull one of these buttons off. So it's just got Velcro on the bottom of it, and you can just then put them anywhere you like on here. So you see this kind of thing on the on those videos. You see that on the video. In fact, I'll run the video again in a minute. Yeah, it has the advantage. This has been laid up in this way, but there's no reason why these things can't be attached to the sides of chairs or put on the floor for you to use your feet with. You know, they're quite robust buttons. Yeah, there's all sorts of things. You see this button, for example, has got screw holes in it. So there's all sorts of things you can do with them, and you can buy all sorts of different controls. Got these big old joysticks here, and these are just removable as well. They're quite well fitted, but so I won't remove it. And this is a throttle on here. So So yeah, let me switch to the game again. Actually, let me put the video on while I get the game set up for the next one.
Nobody likes being left out. That's why SpecialEffect are helping people with physical disabilities to play video games. But this isn't just about having fun. The gaming setups we create are personalised, so people can play to the very best of their abilities. And that opens the door to inclusion and independence, confidence and creativity. Help us level the playing field and create more magical gaming moments. Because it's everyone's turn to play.
That's it. Got to unmute myself as well. There you go. So yeah, it's a really clever bit of hardware. Now you can get the Xbox controller, I think, on Amazon, and I think the Logitech button pad pack you could get on Amazon. And last time I looked, so this is not like super proprietary, you know, difficult to access. You have to go through SpecialEffect. You know, SpecialEffect. One of the benefits to SpecialEffect of this kind of hardware existing is that it's a lot cheaper than making tons of bespoke stuff. It's a really great platform. There is also the PlayStation equivalent of it, and the that allows you to also plug in external hardware, but it also has joystick in it as well. So depending on what console platform you're using and whether it's because this obviously works on PC, I'm using it on PC now, but it'll also work on the Xbox. So no, it's great. It's a great bit of kit, and worth a look. Now, let me I've got this here. Now the question is, did I remember the R of it? I did. Before we get this going, let me get a camera pointed at it while I'm using it, because it is cool. It's cool. It's a bit different, and if it's something that, what I would say is, you know, I speak to a lot of people all the time who have challenges with, you know, control and so forth, and this has the ability to set it up the way that you want. So even if because we can't do remapping of controls in the game yet. Hang on, that's better. Couldn't get that out. Right, let's put that up, and then I'm going to use some old-fashioned low-tech here and clamp the camera on, because it doesn't have a mount. Why would Logitech release a camera that doesn't have a camera mount? Can someone explain that logic to me? That'll do. Right, I should be able to, if all is well. Okay, I need to tweak it a bit. That better? There you go. Right, okay, let's get going. Right, going to do that with this. Now, I've not used this before, but it should be just like using an Xbox controller. All I've got to do now is remember how to use an Xbox controller. So I can move, or not, I can't. Can't do anything apparently. Right, let me see what I'm doing wrong here. Oh, I know what I've done wrong. Oh my word. Okay, I get special points. I get special bonus points. I plugged it into the wrong PC. There you go. Sitting here wondering why it doesn't work, because I've just said this is really easy, you can just use it. Da, da, da. Why isn't it working? Why isn't it working? Plug it into the correct PC. Hey, look at that. Amazing. Amazing. These are Logitech buttons. I don't know about other people's. These buttons are from a company called AbleNet. I don't know where these come from. But one of the things SpecialEffect do is provide advice with people as well. So it's one of the things you can talk to them, and they can say, well, this is what would be useful, and this is how you could do it. This is what you need to do that. This is the sort of thing we find would make your situation better, and they can make all the recommendations for it, and maybe even loan you some kit so you can see how you get on with it, if if that's appropriate. Right, now down here somewhere there is a master key that needs going in, and I need to take that off. Better. Right, here we go. Right, and then we can, I've got to put the reverser in, that one, D-pad it forward, only to forward one, and then we can apply some power. Probably want to release the brakes first. There we go. So you can imagine controls like this, once you get the hang of it, it's going to become a lot easier to use. Now the setup I've got here hasn't got the two buttons that let me do things like whistles, but that's just for the need of an extra couple of buttons, which the controller supports. But freight train. He's heading for the turn back siding. I mean, if you've got everything set up, just like you can run the entire game on an Xbox controller, you could run the entire game on this, Daphne. But I'm missing, because I'm missing the two functions that are missing from the button array here, because they're presumably not that common, is clicking the two buttons, and with that allows me to do external cameras and so forth. So you just buy two extra buttons and plug them into the controller and you're all good. Oh, I see, this is a non-stop run. Oh, I thought this was going to be doing something interesting. Don't mind, this will do. Oh, steam train. Diesel on the back. Well, it could just be as simple, Louis, as someone who finds the controller just a little bit too small. The controls are too fiddly for them now. Something like this makes it much bigger, and you can get hold of it with your hands properly, or use it with your feet. You know, put the buttons on the floor and use them with your feet if that's more convenient. But the donations that you guys give allow them to, because they offer a lending service. This comes from the lending service, whereby free of charge they'll loan this kit out for people to try it and get familiar with it and see how they like it and whether they want to tune it, so that they can get used to it before they have to then think about spending money on it themselves. So this is one of the things that SpecialEffect do for people. I've not looked at the detail of the transit in Toronto, Jack, no. Non-stop service. Everyone wave to the rail fans. These are a nice joystick, it has to be said. No uncertainty in them at all. I'll try and take a look, Jack. Thank you, 2K. Glad you're enjoying it. Right, yellow light, so slowing down. Yeah, well, this is basically just an Xbox controller cafe. It's just broken out into a bunch of things that you can, put wherever you want, wherever is convenient for you. We're not all built the same, and we're not all, living the same. So this has the advantage that it can be completely flexible to you. Dabney, no, there's no ability to break out screens, no. So yeah, if you're on Xbox or PC, and you find the Xbox and the controller is, you know, too fiddly, you know, have a look. PlayStation 5, you've got the new, their new accessibility controller. So be aware of these things. Don't worry about all the wires. It looks complicated. It's really not. It really isn't. There's one wire off of each controller that gets plugged into the appropriate thing on the box, and it just gets untidy because of the volume of wires. That's all. Taking it easy until we start seeing greens again. We're clearly following something, and it's stopping at stations where I'm not, so I keep catching up. When are the new routes coming out? There'll be more news on those at the appropriate times. Liquid, so I'm using an Xbox adaptive controller which is sat under the computer, and then all of these buttons are plugged into it. I'm not running any faster, Train Hunter, because I'm following another train. You'll see I've got a yellow signal coming up. There's no point. It's easier if you stay on yellows, it's more comfortable than if you stay on reds. Train's probably sat at Queen's Park at the moment. Is hardware support planned for TSW? Coming. I don't know when at this point. I've missed a couple of donations. Unforgivable. Hang on. What have we got here that I've been missing? Willem, thank you very much. Love the game, awesome work with accessibility options. A Dutch route in the future would be a nice cherry on top of the cake though. Thank you very much, Willem. Very much appreciated. Kelly Wilbar, thanks for doing this, Matt. What a great cause to help more folks find joy in gaming. Brilliant. Thank you very much, Kelly and Willem. It's, yeah, much appreciated. Yeah, we're at £1,622 so far, which is absolutely amazing. Thank you very much, everyone. Yes, we have got a plan for hardware support, MG King, but just need to get it over the line. It's looking quite decent, but for an upcoming stream I'm going to do. I don't know who. If I say Twitch plays Trade Sim, whose ears perk up? Oh no, says Rob. Speed up a bit here. So I used to do a thing on Train Sim Classic using the Raildriver API, where you could use commands on the Twitch chat to drive my train. So you could set the throttle, set the reverser, set the brakes, blow the horn, all that kind of way. We took the horn off because you guys were too annoying, frankly. And then we basically just do a scenario and leave it up to the chat to drive the train. And you know what? Surprisingly good. You know, I think we only failed once. And some of the most hilarious moments have come out of that, like the Battle of Nebworth was just brilliant. Yes, Rob. Yeah, Battle of Nebworth was absolutely brilliant. So I think I have enough API now. I can implement Twitch Plays Train Sim World that way. Still on a yellow. Oh, just got the green. Let's give it a little bit of speed then. But as silly as something like that is, I mean, Twitch Plays Train Sim is silly. There's no other way of saying it. It's good fun, but it's silly. What it does do is it will start testing the API a bit. How does a controller work? So the Xbox Adaptive Controller, which is, I'll show you it again in a minute, it's a big white flat slab, and it's got some buttons on it and so forth, but you actually don't need to worry about those. But its big thing is its breakout box. It's got a ton of connectors on the back, and then you can plug buttons into them, like this one, for example. You can plug those buttons into it, and then you can just put the buttons anywhere you like. And then it just works like an Xbox controller. It is just literally an Xbox controller with the buttons broken out into a place where you can do what you like with them. The adaptive controller doesn't come with the buttons, but Logitech do a pack of buttons. So these buttons are Logitech ones. These four here are Logitech ones. He says mashing all of the buttons while the train is in motion. And there are other places you can get buttons from as well, because it's a pretty standard thing. So it works out to be quite a cost-effective way to make your own variation on an Xbox controller. Quite different to someone who wants to make their own cab. That's not what this is about. But if what you want to do is be able to play games, that's what this is about. This is about making it to where, because these buttons are big enough, the joystick's big enough that you don't need fine motor control at all. You can be quite coarse with your control and still be effective. Speed up. You can use your feet to control them. You know, use your head to press buttons. It opens up a lot of possibilities. Speed up a bit now. Get back on the rails. Oops, hello. Stop pressing buttons. But this isn't just specific to Train Sim either, because it's standard Xbox. This will apply to every game you play, Dabney. It's what's really neat about something like this. It applies to every game that you play. How am I getting on with the Quest 3? Loving it to bits. Chief Longshin, loving it to bits. I was doing some Beat Saber last night. I've got all of OST 1 on grade A now. So now I'm working on getting OST 2 on grade A, and I'm about halfway there. Well, in theory, with this API that we're putting in Amaze Taze, it does mean that, and I don't know when that will actually be released, just to be clear, it means that TS controllers can add support to it, to their software. Oh, I missed another donation. Hang on, let me just make sure I'm not about to run any lights. That would make me sad. AS and KH, thank you very much for the donation. Very much appreciated. Wow, 1661. Going great guns today. Thank you very much, everyone. I like this not having to stop at stations. I want to do more of that. Nice, Bill. You're not wrong. There are headlights up here. We're in the underground now. Oh, on the Quest 3, Chief Longshin, I've certainly got no complaints at all. The only thing I would say is the Elite head strap with battery is worth considering. That's really good. I don't particularly like the strap that it comes with. Other people like it fine, but I didn't. And I like the extra battery on the Elite strap. Without the Elite strap, the battery's a little on the stingy side, it has to be said. Has anyone had, or many people had a go at the Prey Dog Unreal VR mod thing that came out? Afternoon, Chris. Chris, thank you for the donation, much appreciated. Keeping us ever moving forwards. Moricom, you know, when we were going to do ECML, it was a struggle to not want to do the section that includes Nebworth. But, and I wouldn't have had to, it would have had to have gone past Nebworth because no train stops at Nebworth, remember? So you have to go at least one station beyond, you know, or at least go up to Stevenage. Otherwise every train's got to stop at Nebworth, and that's ridiculous. That's not realistic. What we got up after Bakerloo? Dresden. Going very well, Chris. Going very well. We're not too far behind schedule. We're behind schedule, obviously, but not too far. Suddenly saw that red light, and I'm like, wait, what? That nearly ended that scenario real quick. .38 stock is nice, JG. It adds a bit of variety to Bakerloo line. No, the cats aren't in bed, Chris. They're being a menace. As usual, basically means they're awake. Lady's trying to see who she can kill on the stairs. And Tiggy's just meowing at people loudly and playing, trying to make people think he hasn't been fed and would like to be fed now. For the 55th time today. Great Eastern Main Line would be good. That's my where I grew up, JG. But doing it modern is tricky because of the Great Anglia Licence. Doing it heritage is tricky because of the First Great Eastern Licence. So yeah, that one's hard, but I'd like to try and do it at some point. We can get over a licensing hurdle. Would you like to see something like the MPV or track machines? I think an MPV would be cool. I'm not sure about track machines, but an MPV I think would be cool. Marmite prevention vehicle. Yeah, that's what I was referring to. I have no idea what Amaze Taste was referring to, but yeah, Marmite prevention vehicle. That's what we need. ENG, and I'm not, but if I was planning on doing another section of ECML at this point, I would probably be trying to do the London Peterborough bit rather than something else that's not even connected. But there are no plans for more ECML at this point. Sped up a little bit. Glad you're enjoying it, JG. It's the #1 most popular route on TSW4, the East Coast Main Line, by a very long margin, actually. I love how these stations look. The team have just nailed the TfL London Underground feel so beautifully. Except there was a red light there. So, first spat of the day. Dear oh dear. Right, I'm going to put this away now because get it off my desk. And then we'll do it again. We'll pull it out and do something else with it in a bit. Get that wire out of the way. And turn that camera off. Boom. Right, now I can get my keyboard back. Oh dear, oh dear, oh dear. Right, Dresden. We are doing Rodeau Dresden in a Vectron because that's a bit different. What number is it? 0905. There it is. If it's one every 5 hours, I won't complain, Amaze Taze. The alternative is it ends up being the beginning of nothing but spads. But let's think positive, yeah? Right, key in, brakes on, in forward. Brake bending. That's off, that's off. Let's flip the screen to the middle. Got the light. Wait for the brakes to come off. What have we got behind us? Oh, millions and millions and millions and millions of millions and crikey, millions and millions of cars. Okay, fair enough. That's why it's taking a while. Right, so we've drained the front of the train, just waiting for the back of the train to drain now. This puts us here, and we're heading down to there. Assuming you mean Abula, the pier, it's one of the things that we want to do, but we don't have a plan to doing it yet. While we're waiting, we can get lights and stuff set up, can't we? We haven't got safety systems on yet, but let's sort out lights first. Oh, lights are done on the on here, aren't they? Headlights. Headlights on the front, nothing on the back, so we should actually have headlights and just turn them on. There it is. Come on, all these brakes. Oh, there we go. We're rolling. We're rolling. Brakes are off on the back as well. Oh.
Zugbeeinflussung. Zugbeeinflussung. Zugbeeinflussung.
What's the speed limit here? 60. Let's just stay at 60 for a bit then. Well, I have to wonder if we're in the right PZB mode. Gut feeling tells me we should be in U, but let's see how we get on. What are we limited to? Well, we're in M. Right, let's give it power. Let's get up to 60. We've got a neutral section coming up. Yeah, M is 120 maximum speed, yeah. And then U is 100. Somewhere not too far down here is the neutral section. There it is. Kill the power. Pop the main circuit breaker. There's the start of the neutral section. And that's the end of the neutral section. Cool. I think I should be able to apply power now. Yep. See you later, Joe. Little 363 running on its own. There's neutral sections on various routes in various places, Max. There's no quick way to answer why it's in a particular location. It'll be down to where the power districts are and where the power stations are and all that stuff. I've no idea if it uses GNT Linux. That's a good question. One I'm going to rely on the more expertise and German people to answer. A lot of modern trains will handle neutral sections by themselves, Liam. By powering down gently, powering back up gently. Like, you know, Pendolino in the UK does it all for you. It depends how they are. Sometimes trains will just cut power and reapply power, and it's sudden and jolty. So they recommend then that you cut the power yourself. It'll handle the main circuit breaker getting reset automatically, and then you can apply the power yourself again. So different trains have different variations on how that's managed. Jack, I just did the horn. back up to 100. I'm just going to stick around the 100 mark, I think. Will the ScotRail TMS follow over to the new route? Not unless they make the appropriate changes, no. You have to add support for each route, all the appropriate audio files, all the rest of it. Now, which way are we going? Are we going high speed line? Or bypass line at least? Yeah, I think it took us a couple of recording trips to get all the audio for this, but worth it. Oh, very much so, JG. That was what was running when I was growing up. Yeah, I mean the 86s wasn't that long ago. You were still seeing 86s occasionally on freight. Remember, there always used to be a pair of 86s, rail freight one and a grey one, I think, a green and a grey one, that used to run the container train. That's horn for after me you come first. Is there a possibility one day that Dresden Reese will expand to Leipzig? Possible. It's not something being looked at, but it is a logical thing to consider. Hey Derek, how are you? Yeah, the twin 86s I used to see a lot, and it wasn't that long ago, you know, when I last saw them. I think they're all replaced by 90s now, finally. But no, we used to have the 86s hauling the passenger trains with the DBSO on the back as well. Before they were replaced by 90s. Getting there now. Is water expensive to render? It can be, it depends on the implementation. At one point on Vorarlberg we had a really, really nice water renderer. It killed the frame rate. So they worked out a way of getting it nearly as good, but without the frame rate hit. Well, it's all these cars ready to paint beige. Roblox Let's Play, what's CIFA? Vigilance system. So in the UK it's like the DVD, the driver vigilance device. It pumps up every 30 seconds and you have to acknowledge it, otherwise it puts the brakes on. It's the "Are you still awake" button. Well, beige feel, because if you look at any scene of German roads, because of the beige taxis, it's a bit like yellow cabs in America. Is there such a thing as a "do not spad" button? Because I need to press that more often, I think, Tone. What route are you most proud of developing? Oh geez, I've got no idea. The thing is, every route we put out is kind of a high point in its own way. Favourite training in the game? I usually go with the Class 395 Javelin from that question, Fabulous Ghost, because it's so versatile. Sometimes you want to have a blast, sometimes you want to do a commuter, and it can do it all. It's got a nice modern space age cab, good selection of safety systems, good all-rounder. Give me half a chance, I may do a freight as well. In a German train, CIFA doesn't. CIFA once you hit CIFA, if you fail to hit CIFA, sorry, it will apply the brake. So you need to reset the throttle because that causes a throttle interlock. But as soon as you hit CIFA, it'll start releasing the brakes immediately. So once the brake cylinder's back down to 0, then you're okay to put power on again without having to stop. I can't talk about things that aren't announced, JG. BBK, Baby and Kid, thank you for your donation. You kicked us off in strong style. Really appreciate it. Hiru, how are you doing? What have we been going for now? 5 hours? 5.5 hours. Nick, I have no idea how to answer that question, I've got to be honest. That'd be so hypothetical. Yeah, after this I am going to go and have stretched my legs by being kid. This one's only a short one, fortunately, so not too long to go. I'll be fine, Amaze Taze. I'll be fine. Will you get me out again? I guarantee it. Oh dear, DJ Snap Attack. Found out today I got fired from the keyboard factory. Apparently I wasn't putting enough shifts in. Ugh. That's BBK sort of style, that is. Not too far till we join the main line. Yeah, it is licensing Baked Bean Kid because it needs the Greater Anglia license. Oh yeah, big shout out to Mod ECM2. Thank you for everything, moderators. Right, it's time to shift over onto the main line. Oh, look at that. Random assortment of coaches on the one on the left. Freight train on the right. Freight train on the left, actually, as it turns out. Not only that, Gauss photography, but I paused time itself. There you go. Just call me Benedict Cumberbatch. I'm taking screenshots. See you later, enemy. $8.7. Hey Gouger, how's it going? I mean, you can't do edits, but you can just use this camera if you want the world in motion. Whoa, okay. I thought that was going to be extra cool and blurry for a minute. There you go. Would that be any mildly inappropriate? Oh, grow up, Matt, grow up. Too busy messing about with screenshots. And I oversped. Oh, okay, it's only going to bring me back down to the speed. That's good. It's just going to take an hour for it to release the brakes. How's things in London? Not a clue. My son hasn't complained though, so sounds like they're all right. Cold and cloudy. Oh, similar to here then. If that's how the schedule works out, Liam, that's how the schedule works out. I think this timetable is done based on the real timetable. Hey, CNA Rail fan. Sorry, you want to get licensed for NCDD? It's Coaster, isn't it? LA San Diego. I'd like to do LA San Diego, do the Pacific Surfliner, but A, it's a long route, and B, got to get a license. Oh, I think we're talking to them already, CNA Railfan. It's just these things take a long time. Well, have I missed another donation? Andy, thank you very much for the donation. Much appreciated. Thank you very much indeed. Rounds us up to a nice even 1,700, putting us £300 away from 2,000.
Zugbeeinflussung.
ECML, I believe, is prototypical as well, Amaze-Taste. But freight, I don't know. I don't know for sure what the intricacies of it, but certainly what I'm aware of. Joe might be able to answer that. I don't know if Joe did you do the ECML timetable, Joe? Hertz. It's bad. No. Oh no, we're not at the red light yet. Okay, good. What am I waiting for? That one. Who's waiting for that one? Going in that direction. Interesting. Sure, it'll be fine. Not yet, CNA, not yet. No, you can't change the platform routing, unfortunately, casual game. You just got to wait for your platform to come free. I mean, it's got a light, so just waiting for it to do its thing. Depending on the content, I think DR is all done through DB, isn't it, Pressloft? Oh, hello, we got a light. There's no date for Goblin yet, casual gamer. Next route out is Salzburg.
Zwangsbremsung.
Oh, it's a yellow, wasn't it?
Zwangsbremsung.
Twit!
Zwangsbremsung. Zwangsbremsung. Zwangsbremsung.
Oh, shut up.
Zugbeeinflussung. Zugbeeinflussung.
Gotta wait an hour for those brakes to release now. So we're rolling. Limit at 70 at the moment. Still got 1000 hertz. Soon, hopefully, we'll lose the 1000 hertz and then we can release. There's that freight train. Yellow. Try and acknowledge this one.
Zugbeeinflussung.
Hey there, British Ace. How are you doing? Evening? Evening? Not evening yet. Jeez. Oh, yeah, freight. Oh dear. Another freight train. He's got the signal. Container train's got the signal. Hey, Koi Gaming. There you go, got a green line.
Zugbeeinflussung. Zugbeeinflussung.
We have a short break after this, and then we're off to Harlem Line. Thank you, Koi Gaming. It's my pleasure. You know me. I enjoy playing the game, so. And we get to raise a load of great money for a great charity, so can't beat it.
Zugbeeinflussung.
Try uncoupling and recoupling, Phil. Sometimes what happens is the angle cocks don't release.
Zugbeeinflussung.
I'm not using the controller at the moment, Koi Gaming, but I was using it earlier on for the Bakerloo line, and yeah, it's quite good. Yellow.
Zugbeeinflussung.
God, slow I'll run this. I don't know what the market's like for dedicated hardware, to be honest, British Ace. I like the idea myself. Right. Are you coupling using the arcade coupler, the yellow one, or are you coupling just using the chains, Phil? When you go to press Q and you press tab, nice. Has those windows on the left blacked out? What? What, these ones? Just rendering time, to be honest. All that rendering through glass that would affect the image quite a bit. Will be quite expensive. Jadizzle, I'm on my PC. One of the 101 over there coming out of Dresden. Sorry, going into Dresden. We've gone past Dresden now. You want me to go right up to the end? Ugh, heaps. Yeah, I'm feeling shattered. I don't know why British Ace, possibly because I'm on a diet and just getting adjusted to the fact that I've got a lot of this energy to play with. you. Got there in the end. Right, okay, I'm going to leave it on this for a minute. I'll be back shortly. Oh dear, oh dear. Right, let me get this desk lifted up. What's going to go wrong if I don't know that? Oh, that's better. That's better. Right, let me tidy up some mess and then we'll get on. Oh, right. Plug the microphone back into my microphone. It's just using the built-in one at the minute. Right. Can we all hear me okay? Good, good, good. Sound like Robo Matt. That sound better now that I plugged in the lavalier. Oh dear, what's next on the plan anyway? Harlem line M3A. So it looks like I'm sitting. I really love having a standing desk. Both this one and the other one, because you see the computer on the other side there. That one's a standing desk as well. It's the same type of desk as this one, the one from IKEA, the Uppspela. Oh, thank you very much, Bacon Orange. Thank you very much for the donation. £17.09 by the looks of it, or £20, or 20, probably $20 or €20. I don't know. Doesn't matter. It's all good. There says thanks for doing this. Stay awesome. Appreciate it. Thank you very much. No, I don't actually have one at work. I'm thinking about pleading for one at work as well, but. But no, so I set this room up so that I can do play stuff and fun stuff here, and I've got my laptop and 3 work monitors over there for when I want to work. So then I've got completely separate environment for the 2, and they're all good. You know, it makes life. It keeps that separation between work and play. That means I don't have to have all of the work's bloomin' software installed on my home PC because I don't want it. Bluntly, I don't need it. My desk at work is it's an entire bank of desks with about 55,000 monitors on it, 85,000 consoles on it. You know, thereabouts. I think I've got 10 consoles on my desk. M3A, and what are we doing in the M3A? We are doing 543. We'll keep it simple. Right. Let us put that in there. Put that in forward. Put that in max. Charge brakes, that one, isn't it? There we go. There it goes. Right, we're all kitted out. Let's open the doors. Put them on dim for the time being. Oh, I do need Moaning Myrtle turned on. All right, Intis. Jeez, hit straight out with the judgments. My desk is always a mess. Right, get to go in about 30 seconds. Yeah, different people like different routes. ECML's probably not my favourite route either, John, to be honest, but it's the #1 most played route in the game, so that many people can't be wrong. Right, Harlem 125th Street, here we go. Whopping 10 miles an hour to get started. Do I play any routes HUDless? I don't ever play enough routes with enough time and concentration to play them HUDless. Because if I'm playing a route on my own time, I'm probably testing a brand new route. If I'm playing a route for fun, I'm probably streaming it. It's better than 5 miles an hour. Atlantic Terminal, we're looking at you here. Judgments are flowing freely. Hey there, Zigov. How's it going? I don't know about PayPal service for donations, Press Left Hamster. I don't think there is, I've not tried. I'm good, I'm good. Well, I tell you, probably one of the most frustrating things I have, and I know people like to play without the HUD, and I totally get why they do that, so this is not a judgment on that at all. But when I get bug reports in saying these things aren't working, or I can't figure out what to do here, and there's no HUD on, so I have no idea what's going on in the train. It's just like sending a bug report in, turn the HUD on. It's amazing how much information I can get off the HUD. Yeah, I'm really happy with how the mini HUD has come on, Whippy. Really, really am. It's done what I wanted it to. And big credit to Lucas for implementing it. Andy used PayPal earlier on. Phil, I think, used PayPal earlier on. So it looks like PayPal's there, but maybe it's down to a country thing, Press Left Hamster. Have you got to set a different option maybe for PayPal to appear as a payment option, maybe? I don't know. J Dizzle, it is not the first time that I will have sped. It is not going to be the last time that I have sped. New players will always get stuck driving a train, because you know what? Driving a train is not as easy as it looks. As you get the mini HUD up, so if you press escape, go into options, settings, it's not in HUD and gameplay. I don't know quite where Lucas went wrong with his thinking here. He put it under accessibility. HUD type, minimal. You've got normal, off, normal and simple and minimal. Simple is the old dials but without any of the other rubbish on the outside of it. Off is like pressing the F1 key to turn everything off, except you can still see tooltips. Normal is obviously normal, and minimal is the new one. And then you can also under here you've got minimal HUD traction lock, which you can show or hide, minimal HUD distance to objective, which you can show or hide, and under accessibility you've got show current speed, which you can show or hide. I think that's minimal HUD as well. Yeah, this needs a bit of tidying up. So there's quite a configurable HUD as well. You can do all sorts of things on there. Vorarlberg is second, Antelope is third. I mean, that's not, you know, the fact that those three are in the top is probably not too surprising. Hey, Tintin. Blackpool Branches isn't even in the top 10, DJ Snap Attack. Right, finally making our way out of Grand Central Terminal. I don't seem to recall ECWs in the top 10. It's far more tediously predictable. LGV, Southeastern High Speed. Yeah, I don't quite know why some of the options are in accessibility. It's I'll look at getting it fixed when I can. Yeah, I'm doing some Blackpool today. Yeah, later on. In fact, next. Oh, hello. Oh, has it got the grump with me? Yeah, it's got the grump with me. It's flashing over speed. There we go. You blame the chat. That's what I'm doing. How easy is it to predict how well a route will do before it releases? Reasonably. You know, it's reasonably easy to predict. Oh, is it your fault, Ed? Is that why it all went wrong? I wondered what suddenly happened and all of a sudden I was failing. This is the Harlem line, Train Hunter. Oh, come on, seriously. Right, shut up, let me get going. Stupid 45 limit. Been overtaken. Passengers are fine. They know that I'm driving, therefore it'll eventually turn up, maybe, possibly someday. Come back, M7A. Who said you could go ahead of me? Yeah, safety systems on board the train said you could go ahead of me, clearly. Doing class. I appreciate you making me feel better about my own driving skills. Right, let's get stopped. Oh, another donation. Hang on, let me have a look at that once this is all stopped and the doors are open. Sharon, this is a most worthwhile cause to help those who need assistance to enjoy gaming. Thank you very much indeed, Sharon. Very, very much appreciated. 1756. Ever closer to that 2000. Ever closer. No, I'd like to have shown some Salzburg Rosenheim, but sadly it wasn't to be. Mount Vernon, 8.7 miles. We leave him behind. It's just getting going. Bit of race action going on here. No date for Formation Designer out on consoles yet, MH Trains, but keep an eye on how it's doing on the PC beta, and that'll give you an idea. Having a standy up desk helps with Basilisk, because I'll tell you what, I'd be in a much worse place if I was sitting down right now. Picked a bad time to lower my daily energy intake. Yeah, I like this route as well, Liam. Jump up to 40. Okay, let's jump up to the 40 then. Stay off 40 because it'll get all moany at me. You're doing a bit peak forest, are you, THF? Superb. Track speed's gone up to 60. We'll get that on the rest of the train in a moment. Hey Wally, welcome back. Basilisk, yes, most North American routes have the concept of multiple train occupancy. And these routes in particular do. They allow a much higher density of operation to go on. No, I'm trying to lay off. Like I said, I'm trying to have a bit of a diet Amaze Taste, so it's a bit hard going at the moment. 6.9 to Mount Vernon. Hey, William Chain Mad Boy. Yep, not far off 2000 now. Doing really well. So signal speed is the limit imposed by the signalling system, which is essentially on the left hand side here. So we're at normal aspect, which means do what the track says. 60 means 60, limited means 45, that means middle, M means medium means 30, R means 15, S means stop. Track speed on the top here is the track speed as at the front of the train, but I'm not allowed to speed up until the back of the train is also in that limit, which is the way it's supposed to work. There's this oddity where this will go up before you can do it. That's real. Yeah, this is the speed limit on the track itself, which is kind of what you see up here. What's wrong with the interior PIS? It looked fine on Rosenheim, or is it specifically on another route simulator guy? I've just been having heel shakes just lately, Simon. But generally, just trying to cut the rubbish. Essentially, you know. First step, cut the rubbish. Well, this partly been my problem. Baked bean kid. No, it's all annoyed at me. I took too long to get down under speed. Right, 60 limit. No sign of that loser in the M7. It's alright, whole mess of stuff going on behind me. All the fun stuff's happening back there. Never mind. M7i over there. Oh, okay. All right. Simulator go. I'll try and get someone to take a look, find out what's going on there. $75 limit. Right, no, not yet, not yet. Steady on, steady on. Now we've got 75 limit. 2.9 miles. What's the most crazy thing you've ever done in Train Sim World 4? Okay, I'm going to tell you a true story. Okay, you know how Rosenheim recently had to be, there was potential for a delay, and the reason for that was because certain trains in certain circumstances were flying off the track, just literally while they were stationary. They just go boing and just pop off the track. We couldn't figure out what the hell was going on with it. We did eventually figure out what was going on with it. And on the one hand, it's like, that's pretty cool. That's pretty cool. That's an extra element of simulation I hadn't even realised we did. But on the other hand, it was also super annoying. So basically what it boils down to is that due to a typo, the wind speed had been set to 486 miles per hour. And it was literally blowing the train off the track. Oh, come on, I got it down to the right speed. What are you complaining about now? Apparently it wasn't. I just hadn't put it quite hard enough into the brake setting. We're good. We're good. It was really bizarre. The train just leaned over sideways like it had given up on life, and then once it switches to derail mode, then it exploded everywhere. Oh no, wind speed does affect the train simulation. We had another bug that came out from that, which was there was a train going down a hill and coasting. It was losing speed. Quite a start, like 1.5%. Coasting, it was losing speed. And she no longer does. Now we've fixed that. So we think headwind was slowing it down. I seem to recall we put wind simulation into the game in TSW3. And I don't think anyone's really felt the benefit of it since. This is Harlem Line, yes, Indian train simulation. Passengers do still have a speed limit, yes, Londo Spark. Maybe it was 4. Maybe it was 4. Sean does all sorts of crazy magic with the physics. Someone asked earlier on, how does the game know if you're still on the tracks? Well, it's simulating it. So it knows whether you're on the tracks, what angle the train is at, what wheels are on the tracks. It's constantly looking at that stuff. So it knows if you go around a corner too fast and the train tilts, then beyond a certain tilt, it classes the train as derailed. And unfortunately, when a train derails, it switches to a different physics simulation, which is why it then explodes, essentially, because the different physics simulation models the vehicles quite differently. It switches back to Unreal's physics-based system rather than our bullet-based system. Do I prefer the M3 or the M7? Probably the M7, to be honest, but there's not much in it. I like classic traction, so. But I like the screens on the M7 and sounds are nice. The sounds are nice on this one. I'll probably drive them about equally. Well, I'm running this one today because I realised I'd probably done a bit. Whenever I do Harlem Line, I do M7. It's just like, nah, it's time to switch it up. Do some M3. .45 limit over the junctions. Much longer is what going to be, Railfan UK? We're streaming until about midnight, but you don't have to stay here. How long is this one going to be? Not sure. We're driving all the way to the end. Oh, is that you, Alex? Be able to stop using the power settings. Well, you could make something which on tick resets the control to within the constraints of the the bottom 3 notches. It'd be sort of artificial, effectively like putting a block on it, but you could do something like that. That would work. Yeah, doing well actually. And I ran the SpecialEffect 4024 earlier on. I'm going to do it again tomorrow. And we did the Bakerloo line with the SpecialEffect controller as well. Perfect stop. Look at that. Oh, I totally intended for that. That was absolutely intentional. Just to be clear. That's a nice horn. Right, Brooksville. 60 limit dropping to 55. Track is all laid by hand, Koi Gaming. You can't import track. The track coming from maps is nowhere near detailed enough to be able to lay it down. It's like it looks good in some cases, but it's not. It's the only thing I can say to that. No, I think S, when you stop, would be based on coming up against an interlocking, which is like a point that's set against you. R would cover you. In R mode, you are driving on sight. So R in restricting mode, you can potentially come up to another train. Yeah, the signalling in North America is very, very different, very unusual, quite complex, and it causes our dispatcher no end of pain. Wiley, no, this is Harlem line. Right, 60 limit. Next station's Tuckahoe. Stopping soon. Yeah, the M3A is a classic bit of traction, THF. It's got very retro feel to it. Oh, this has got the platform extenders on it. For if they have to use the other track rather than this one, they put out some planks across here to those middle things, and then they can deboard trains on the middle track. How much in the shoot would you end up approaching another train-in restriction? I don't know, actually. I don't recall how much it's happened to me. More likely to happen and you're heading the other direction going into Grand Central, because you've got more and more trains as you get further down the route and the density goes up, and the more likely you are to be stuck behind something. Going this way, it's getting easier, lighter and lighter as you get out towards the east. Hey, Senseless Dust, thank you. How you doing? Crestwood. Can you remember which station on Harlem Line has got the art installation in the middle with the metal graphic things? I don't think we've passed it yet, have we? Will there be a guarding function on TSW? So guarding at the moment, at least the only guarding you've got is on the Birmingham scenario where you can do guarding. But we do want to do more because that's been so popular. Glossop. What did I say? Glossop. You're right. Yeah, it was Glossop. What nonsense did I say? Birmingham. No. Glossop. Glossop. Should know by now. Most of what comes out of my mouth is wrong. Scarsdale. You'd be one of the few that hasn't played it, to be honest, bad guy, because in the stats period we were looking at, which is quite over quite a period, it was the number 4 of the most played scenarios in the game, and 1, 2, and 3 were training center scenarios. Right, coming up on Scarsdale, 5,000 feet. There's a lot of people, Ron, who will I know that they come into train simulation with one interest and then develop an interest elsewhere because they just find those things interesting. If something piques their interest about them. So the other way around, one of someone I knew was heavily into Great Western Steam, and at a certain point decided to sell his entire model railway collection of Great Western Steam, and he started investing in North American. He went completely North American, and that's all he does now. Thank you, Simon. Yeah, it's going very well. No plans to do the Argyle line then? Right, Hartsdale. 60 limit still. Netrox German route in 6 months or more. I don't know what that would be. Nothing, as far as I'm aware, has been cancelled, but some things have been moved around a bit, so it might be that. Beeping and making me all panicky. Oh yeah, it's the M3A coin. Styroku, yeah, aware of the HUD settings thing still. Surprised it hasn't been fixed yet. I'm going to chase people up, find out what's wrong with that. Been told twice now it's fixed. Doors. White Plains. Oh, there they are, look. It was that one, wherever we just were. Hartsdale. Oh, it's because we've gone down to a limited aspect. Okay, fair enough. Hadn't spotted that there. That artwork is there in real life. I can't remember what the deal was with. I think with anything like that, you can reproduce it if it's a fixed feature of the route. Honestly, can't remember. I know that it went up. We got it all checked. Simon R, thank you very much for the donations. Apologies, I didn't see that. Up to 1766. Ever closer to 2000. Correct. Yeah. Airplanes have to be separately licensed, although I have now managed to get 3 Airbus planes licensed for inclusion. I can't remember, it was a 320, a 350 and something else. So hopefully the team can start looking at those. I don't think there was a Neo on there. I can't remember. If Eddie's still around, he can, because I got Eddie just agreed it with me what we're going to do. They were just cheap low poly models on TurboSquid. North White Plains is next and last. I don't want to get stuck too many on details though, to be honest, because they're only going to ever be used 10,000, 20,000 feet up, so. Now, the models we've got are good, and they're all agreed, so. Oh, got down to medium aspect. The plane that's in the game is completely bonkers. Oh right, okay. No, I don't think it's a Neo that that I sent off for approval. Yeah, the models will be fine. They'll stand up fine for something landing somewhere. But I'm not going to necessarily look at putting them actually on the ground in places. I don't know, it's got the big problem with the current plane in the game is the nacelles are right on the end of the wings, you know, exactly where they wouldn't ever be in real life. Restricting aspect here, coming in here. But it was done like that way on purpose, to be honest, because we didn't want to make it look like potentially somebody else's plane and then have them complain about it and get upset about it. So we made it look like nobody's plane. Whereas at least now we've got a good relationship with Airbus. So. See, the use of the word barely tells me it does look like a functional airplane head, and therefore it meets the criteria. So I'm all good. Moving on. Train that was behind me is now beside me. Doors. 10 limit starting momentarily as we enter the yard. just double check it set the junctions. It should have done because we're coming out of, yeah. If you come out of signal territory into yard, your first move is signalled. Oh, sorry, is set up for you. Sky Slow Raku, really love your work at DTG. On board since 2019 on PlayStation, on every DLC. Wow, thank you very much. For me, it's a perfect game to relax after a stressful day. It does do that well, doesn't it? I've always, all of the time, all the years I've played train simulations, the one thing they do is chill you down. End of track speeds. Coming to the end of another service, and we are at £1,766.52. Keep those donations coming, folks. 5 o'clock. What's next? Blackpool Preston is next. Running about half an hour behind on the schedule at the moment, which is pretty good actually for me. It's okay, just the M3 in this one. Got Preston, then Maintlebarn, then Sandpatch Grade are the next three. One's off. That's that M7A that was behind me. Boom, job done. Right, okay. Let's just roll straight into a bit of pacer action. Let's go with the blue, the old blue one, and we'll do 2 Papa 03. Typical. What time was it? 09:38. That one. Should we just leave it to the will of the gods and just have dynamic weather for a change? Yeah, why not do that? Right, let's key in, forward, unlock the doors, destination light, headlight, I think we're all good. Fan on. Oh yeah, change destination. Nah, too true, too true. AWS. Good shout. Make sure you pay cert yourself. Nice. Should you do Boston or New York? Do Boston. I'm going to be doing Boston later on. I'm going to do a run on the Acela later on. Potato, thank you very much for that donation. Apologies, I've only just noticed that. Much appreciated. One more step along the way. It's got the old school doors. Yeah, proper doors. Bouncing over the junctions. I love the fact that this train's got the suspension in it. Journey mode is a Marmite thing. There are people who play nothing but journey mode, and when they finish the journey, they finish the route as far as they're concerned. There are other people who just don't never touch it. It is a very, very important way for a group of players, and it's not a small group, to play the game. I don't know what the percentage is, but yeah, you're not on your own. Lots of people use journey mode. Good old bounce train. The suspension is so good. I was looking at it on the Class 66 it's now on in our dev builds, and it's just, it adds another depth to the experience with it rumbling over the points. Lock doors. Stop looking at chat. Pay attention to what you're supposed to be doing. It's a buzzer.
Will shortly be arriving at Watford.
I don't know, 66 nowhere near as bouncy as this. It's much more subtle. It's just not nothing, so it does not feel like the train is gliding over the track anymore, which is kind of what I was looking for. Hey there, mate. Plague Dock going till about midnight tonight, and then back again for some more tomorrow, 10 o'clock till midnight. Jeez, yeah, I remember Pacers in those days, just barely. Has anybody else tried the Special Effect Mastery? Are you having the same problem that DJ Snap Attack is having? Yeah, 15's optional. Yeah, ECM2, if you look up Scepter Pacer, you can see some photographs of I think they had one on trial. The original 1.4, similar to a 140, I think, or something like that. Wait until 9:49. It's 9:49. I'm going. Croston, 15 still. Settle down. Hello. Hopefully we're working again now. Flat battery-itis. Shouldn't be muted now. No, the microphone transmitter died. So I've just plonked it back in the charging case and switched to the other one. Benefit of having two transmitters. It's like I'm never going to have anybody here to do interviews with and the like, but it means I can swap them over. That's not bad. That microphone's done 7 hours then, which is about right. It's about the lifetime they're supposed to have. It's this thing. So a microphone transmitter. It is dead. You're probably getting double audio there. Lock the doors. Next station is to a signal. Next point is a signal. This transmitter hopefully will take us through to the end of the stream. Then I can have them both charged up ready for tomorrow. Even if it doesn't, to be honest, these things are supposed to charge up to complete in 2 hours. So well, this is great weather. Whose idea was it to let the game pick the weather? So we'd like you to not be able to see anything. Enjoy it. So what, 2,114 to go to 2,000? That's not bad. 2,114. What? 214 pounds to get to the 2,000. That's good. That's very good. No, that's just that you'd hope you couldn't see it, Liam. You're confusing reality with this desired reality. See you later, Derek. Comish, at some point it will be on Salzburg. It won't be there on release. We haven't got it on any of the other content yet. We're still testing it, and it'll come out for TSW4 content first. We're still finalising the TSW4 content before we get to anything else. I've still got the sippy cup that Amar sent me, I think. All right, buddy. Jennifer Bueller, you like the 156? Yeah, I like first. That's a second gen DMU, isn't it? I like second gen DMUs. DMUs just generally, to be honest. But first and second are probably my favourite. Got no plans for a 156 at the moment, but one did dangerously come close to coming into the plan at one point, but didn't stay in, unfortunately. Robert, I think it's fairly soon, but I don't know. I can't share when it will be. I've no idea, Amar. I consider all the sprinters to be basically the same generation, to be honest. Heading to Preston now. I don't know the answer. I know that was one of the things I'd asked for in the spec, Ed. I don't know whether or not it was one of the things they actually were able to deliver. Hey Josh, doing very well, as you can see. My favourite train, Jennifer, it depends. In the game, probably go with the Class 395 because I like the fact that you can do anything with it. In reality, I like things like an A4 or a 9F. Steam engines, they're amazing. You know what, if you try hard enough, I'm sure you can shunt with it, Ed, you know? completely missed that on the track monitor. Favourite route to drive on, Simon? In the UK it'd be South Eastern High Speed, I think, because again it's got such a wide variety of things you can do. And Germany would be Dresden Riesa. Oh, hello. Something fun going in the other direction. I'm not sure about the US. Yeah, I'm not sure about what my favourite would be in the US. I can't talk about future stuff, Jennifer. See, my go-to for US freight would be Cajon Pass. I prefer that over Sherman Hill. For US passenger, it varies wildly. Because I like Peninsula Corridor. And Boston. Kind of, a lot of the passenger routes all sort of overlap each other in terms of my interest. My opinion on Electrostars, they are wonderfully practical, boring trains. Superb train in reality, don't get me wrong. They do exactly what they needed to do. But boring trains. I'm doing teas tomorrow, Jennifer. Remember rightly, it's what I'm opening with even. Robert, we are streaming until about midnight tonight, and then we are coming back for some more tomorrow. Doing from 10 AM to midnight again. So 2 long streams today, all done designed to raise money for special effects. You can see the total we've raised so far on the bottom of the stream there, which is an amazing total. But yeah, dig deep if you can, and let's try and give this great charity some more support. The fun we got at Preston. So we're train spotting here for a bit. Tonight you do a viewer's vote the route stream, but you need to do a route to start off with. I can choose that route. Interesting, interesting. Do you have main toolbar? Failing that, left Rhine. Favorite German route? Dresden-Riesa is pretty much my go-to German route. I do all the tutorials these days, Riley. All of them. Not for any good reason. No one's told me to stop, so. Fog appears to have abated somewhat. Then I would say go with main toolbar, and just because I'm pretty sure nobody else is going to suggest that for your next one, and it'll be different. Yes, I did some. Yeah, it's all me now, I'm afraid, Liam. Minute and a half to go. James Sims, this is Blackpool Preston. Just made it to Preston from Ormskirk, and then we're going to be running away to Blackpool South here, I guess. Robert, thank you very much for that donation. Much appreciated. 1793. Just briefly off of 1800 now. Brilliant. Beep, beep. Thank you. Armadar stream is going very well. Thank you. Welcome back. Pacers over there. Sly Raccoon, so the random events thing would be interesting. The problem is it creates a ton of uncertainty, and you may make it to where you can't finish your journey because the level of change that would need to be catered for there may not be something the game can actually cope with quite that dynamically. It's something we need to explore and work out what can be done. But no, those challenges are amongst the reasons it hasn't been looked at yet. Six miles, 75 miles an hour. Be there soon. The maze days, careful, next you'll be telling us all to be nice to each other. The world will never cope with this kind of thing. Kill the middle light. Like or not, whether you need mods is really a personal preference thing. I don't use mods at all. Other people tell me they couldn't play the game without them. It really is just up to you. It does feel a bit hairy, bouncing around all over the place. we've looked at North Yorkshire moors in the past, Jennifer, and it certainly would never be called North Yorkshire moors, put it that way, because the licensing doesn't work. A third-party developer long ago was making it for Train Sim Classic and had to throw it all away, and they said no. But somebody else has been making it and calling it something else, and yeah, Whitby Pickering Railway or something. Bloody you're still about Andy. I am trying to get Josh and the signalling team talking to each other so that we can try and get what Josh has done into the core of the game, because I like what that signalling mod looks like, but apparently nothing is straightforward, so it's on my want list. Josh is certainly up for it. Oh, Koi Gaming, you star. Thank you very much indeed, Koi Gaming. That brings us up to 1872. Magnificent. Thank you very much. Suspension of this train will not be coming to all trains in the game, Tommy. It'll be coming to TSW4 trains. Well, Josh is on our beta Discord and so forth, Amaze Taste, so we are working closely with Josh on things, and he does help us with a number of different things. So God, 2 minutes has never been as long as this, has it? Or am I just a bit impatient? I know who LaserJet is. Yes, Jennifer. I think you're confusing me with somebody else, Liam. Folks, the other thing that you can do to help is share the Just Giving link and the stream link out to your social media groups, and trying to get more people watching, but more importantly, more people donating. So share the details out, and let's see if we, what we can do with this number. No, I wouldn't guarantee remembering where my train was, Liam, at all. I've confused myself multiple occasions by getting out, wandering around and going, oh, I can't remember where I was now. Fortunately, Control Zero is your friend. Right, time to go. My side. Oh, brilliant. Thank you very much, Koi Gaming. This is UK, yes, Jeff. This is UK. This is Blackpool, Preston. So we're in the northwest of the UK. You can also press G, I think.
Next station, stop here.
Yeah.
Moss Side.
There's no overhead wires at Darlington because I don't think they were overhead wires in 1980. When did we set that, Ed? Was it 1987, 89? Squealer. Was it 86? Something like that. Something like that. There were no overhead wires. It was a diesel main line. Proper HSTs. Yeah, it was in the sort of the sweet spot before the Pacers took over. Although actually, I'm sure I remember a discussion with Ed where they'd said they brought Pacers in, then took them out, put 101s back in, and then the Pacers came in again, or something daft like that. I mean, you can imagine that, can't you? Just like, you go from your 101 to your flashy new Pacers, you take one, ride it and go, nope, want the old ones back. Dresden Airport branch, unlikely to get added at all. No plans for that, Simulator Guy. Unless a third party comes along and suggests they want to do it, but no one's doing that. The girlfriend said you're going out to dinner. Well, that's right. We'll see you when you're done. Go and have fun. Enjoy your dinner. Just, think of me on my diet while they're eating. Yeah. No, unfortunately, because of the way the platforms work, we can't do that. There's no way of sharing the DLC ownership details, unfortunately. We've looked into that. They all want the pound of flesh, unfortunately. Thank you, Jill. It's one of the nice things about the Xbox is that I think it does cross-platform with Xbox because of Xbox Game Pass. Essentially, Xbox exists on both platforms. I'm probably not going to be doing any train spawning this weekend, SMRL. I'm just running services. Keep it simple. What do you play on at the moment, Ace Toast? See you later, Jennifer. Enjoy later, Jet. Well, hello. Oh, it's raining. Exciting. Lytham. Lytham? Is it Lytham? Lytham? I don't know. Hey Ollie, how's it going? Oh, you're on PC, Mate Taste, yeah. A Matt Bubblehead. Oh my god, I'm going to talk to someone about that. That's got to be done. Yeah, anyway, I think we were in the north, Moricom. Lytham. Oh, new donation. Kabepe, thank you very much for the donation, Kabepe. Visual impaired as I am in TSW, I can drive a train using PC, Xbox controller and a big screen. How much more fun for people worse off than me. Hey, good. Thank you very much for that, Kabepe. Nice afternoon, drinking a latte and watching that. Oh, you see, drinking a latte, that sounds like a killer idea. I wonder if I could convince someone to go out and get me a latte. How many kilometres am I going to get in today? Don't know. We've got the LGV tomorrow. So not today, but fair few I should think. Ansdell and Fairhaven. Well, it's well bad weather out here now. .1 miles. Amazed Tate, it sounds like you've got some prior experience and emotional damage over a similar incident. I have no idea, Joshua. Off the top of my head, not a clue. LGV is highly popular though.
Shortly be arriving at Ansdell and Fairhaven.
No plans for Swanwick, Charlie Drifts. If we were to do another preserved railway, it would probably either be Bluebell or SVR, but there's no plans to do another preserved railway at the moment. Amar family and Jonathan. Let me just go and find the look up here. Jonathan and yeah, Amar family both. Thank you very much for the donations. Putting us 50 quid. Excuse me, 50 quid off of the 2,000. That's incredible. Thank you both. You're enjoying West Somerset Bacon L'Orange? Yeah, it is. The team did we're all really pleased with what they did there. It was predominantly Liam, but Reese did a lot of audio work as well. St Anne's on the Sea. So the sea is falling on us at the moment. Hardy drifts, no plans for American steam trains either.
The next stop is St Anne's on Sea.
Liam, Sam can drive a train from a completely different train. Michael, thank you very much for the donation. Much appreciated. Armadale, you're missing out, mate. This is the Blackpool Preston route is very, very good indeed. Hey JP, what I'm using. Do you remember this? Doors. So when I was looking at reviews for the IKEA desks, the one that I've got, I came across Linus Tech Tips did a review. I thought I'd open, I've opened the wrong. I opened both doors. I came across a video that where Linus had reviewed all the. They'd done a thing where they built all of their desk setup up. And one of the things that they had was the mug holder attachment. It's a clamp-on thing for the mug on the desk. And he looked at it when they fitted it onto the desk. He's like, "That looks like it'd be the perfect size." He said, "Go get me one of our flasks." And he got one of the flasks. And I tell you what, it barely moves. It's not tight fit, but it barely moves. It's like the two were built together. Amazing. Squire's Gate. Don't smash the camera into the wall. Squires Gate is the bottom of the tram network, isn't it? Stargate, that's what I was thinking of, okay. By the way, folks, got a couple of game recommendations for you if you're interested. Depending if you're interested in these types of games, they're both very, very similar, and you could deceptively think they're probably just different takes on the same thing, but they're actually not. One of them is called Stardeus, Stardeus, and the other one is called Cosmotea. Stardeus is a really, really in-depth systems simulation, where you're like an AI that has to it comes online, and effectively the ship has been mostly destroyed, and you've got to try and get it all back working again and complete a load of tasks. Really, really in-depth systems management, oxygen, temperature, power flows, temperature of all the individual bits and pieces, all sorts of things. And then Cosmotea is a slightly higher level, where you can add things onto the ship, like extra components, but the systems management is a lot more high level. But then you spend more time going out, and it's got combat in it and such. It's very good. But yeah, if you like those kinds of space games, recommend them. They're both excellent. I've spent so long on those two games, it's ridiculous. Blackpool South is next. No, Stardeus is not the same as Oxygen Not Included. I mean, I've not played Oxygen Not Included, but from the videos I've seen of it, quite different. Closer to Prison Break. Is it Prison Break? Is that what the name of the game is? Prison thingy. You know what I mean, the big well-known prison game. The top-down 2D type thing. Going into Blackpool South, 900 yards. What's the longest train journey I've been on? I actually don't know. I mean, the one from Edinburgh to Glasgow was a fair run. I've also done Berlin to Jena via Leipzig. I can't remember how long that was. We did Bonn to Frankfurt. No, Frankfurt to Bonn. Sorry. Again, can't remember how long that was. I'm finding I started again with the latest update, Devin, and I'm finding the oh, this is a no Nebworth station. I'm finding the slide it to a stop. Yes, bit of style there. Yeah, I'm finding the way things are structured now is much more balanced. You can't rush things quite as well. No, I don't recall Bonn to Frankfurt being that long. Like I said, it's a really long time ago now. So. Sometimes my journey to work on the tube felt like a really long ride, it has to be said. That was just the central line from Leytonstone to Vauxhall. Felt like an eternity. Oh, hello. The weather just got serious. Yay, job done. Right. Cool. Right, okay, what's next? Main toolbar. Oh, another little anonymous donation there. Thank you very much indeed for that. That's putting us up to 1968 and 99 pence. What's that for 2000 now? That's not actually an awful lot left for 2000, is it? It's a penny for 69, a pound for 70, £31 and a penny. Has anyone got £31 and a penny? Main toolbar. Assuming I can count. Timetable, and we're going to do the 642 at an 0707 service. That one. This time, custom weather, please. Oh. Delays until Century. Yeah, I to be honest, I spent a lot of time. I spent about 18 months of when I was working. I cycled instead of getting the tube. Cycling through central London is a pretty exciting sport, but felt like a better use of my life than waiting on the tube. Actually got to really enjoy the cycle ride through London. It's about 12 miles to work, and I did it in about 55 minutes normally. This is back when I was a bit slimmer. Now you don't want to go out, oh man, I'm going to be in so much trouble with your girlfriend, Armador, come on. Not my fault, don't blame me. This is a terminal station, isn't it, on the route? Someone's marked this station as a terminal station, which means that everybody gets off, which is great, except when you start. Oh dear, oh dear. JP, can you DM me to check main toolbar at whatever this station is, Miltonberg, and just make sure it's not set to a terminal station. DM me on Discord, or raise a bug for it, MR, if you want to just go directly into Jira. Main toolbar. It's main toolbar and MR, Miltonberg. Need to check the station directory and set it to use the correct a non-terminal demarcation curve. Right, Clunhubeck. Nice, I'm going to be destroying a bunch of stuff. Miltonberg, I think this is. Yeah, Miltonberg. Like I've still got brakes on. That's in driving. Doors are closed. Yeah. Oh, brakes. I'm just a bit impatient, it seems. Or have I got to set something in here? I've probably not set it in forward, have I? Excellent. That's Baked Bean Kid, thank you very much indeed. Wow, pushed us over £2,008.99. Well done, thank you very much, Baked Bean Kid. That's brilliant, especially given your first donation as well. Wow, really appreciated. Right, okay, that's a 0. Brakes are off. We're in forward. Doors are locked. Ah, come on, seriously. You need to release the what? What's up? What's one of those? Is there a parking brake or something on here? I'm not right. Oh, here we go. It's this thing, isn't it? Yes. Thank you. Setting a high bar here. Right, 3.4 clicks. Chris and Amadar. Chris, thank you very much. And Amadar, thank you very much. Let me just see if there's any messages in there. You're doing a great job. Thank you very much indeed, Chris. Much appreciated for those donations, folks. Oh, hello. It's all this speed nonsense I'm doing. I am observing that there's a lag on the audio. Yeah, there's a lag on the audio. It seems to be growing over time. It's taken us a long time to get here, 8.5 hours, but what I might try doing is, let me just turn the, see if turning off the capture card and on again helps it. Oh, that sounds much better. Yeah, that's cured that. I do like it when the relay sound is in there, it has to be said. Just something old school about that. Really? I thought you could put any currency in, Chris. Is it possible to add Reshade RTX into the game? I think unless you actually code the game for RTX, I don't think you get the benefit of it, do you? I've not actually tried. I mean, you can just do that yourself, can't you, by just adding Reshade in? Not really done anything with Reshade, has to be honest. Mark Jolly, we are in Germany. We are on the Main-Talbahn and we are bound for Aschaffenburg. Oh, it converts it to GBP. I see what you mean. It's a diesel branch line Armadores. I don't think it gets that fast. Oh, you mean it doesn't accept pence? I see what you mean. Yeah, well, it took me ages to get the train moving, casual Twitch user, because I'm a dummy. Maybe if you're in the UK and you're donating in pounds, you can do pence, Amma, but if you're donating in dollars or something, you can't, maybe, I don't know. You're welcome, Joe. Thank you for everything that you and the team are doing. Right, let's close the doors. Laudenbach. Altenbach. Where, is there an Altenbach anywhere in Germany? Because that'd be quite funny. Where are you going? Out and back. Oh, I'll see you later then. Right, 50 limit, then we cross back over and then we go back up to 120. There I'm back, yeah. Wait, we're going to be making going to nowhere again. Right, off we go. So on 120 now. 2.7 kilometers to Laudenbach. See you later, Logan. I do like this. Interesting DMU. Nick, Birmingham Cross City. Just someone else can have to remind me what the length of the route is. Oh, okay. I'll give Reshade a try and see how I get on with it then, Simulator Man. Good tip. Comes with the Class 323 in the West Midlands livery, the orange one, Linux. I like it. I think it's a really interesting drive. You've got the Cadbury's factory that you drive past with the Cadbury's collectibles. Does that recommend? But that 32 miles, does that include the Redditch, sorry, line, the branch line, JP? Because that's probably about 5 miles, isn't it? Wikipedia. Let's get going. Yeah, so Armadar, if you're still about, this is the route here. You start down here in Miltenberg. You've got Schaffenberg. It's got the factory or the dockyard over here as well. And if this little bit looks familiar, it's the western end of main Spessebahn. Right, 120 kilometers an hour again. Klingenberg. Am I working on Monday? I am indeed. This route has been really popular, actually, Armadar. A little bit surprised by how popular, to be honest, but I think it's because it's something different for the German audience. It's not just, you know, another electric red boxes. It's a German branch line DMU. You know, it's quite different. So I've been quite pleased with the reaction it's had. It's just quite, you know, it's another one that's sort of a little bit laid back. You get going 120 kilometers an hour. It's not like you're pootling along at 30 or something daft, so it still doesn't feel boring. Modern Niddertalbahn, yeah, that's probably a fair assessment, Bacon. Semmeringbahn was always a beautiful route on Train Sim Classic, Odin. So it's one I've been wanting to get to Train Sim World for a long time, and now we've got the LiDAR terrain, it's like now is the time to do it. You know, down to 85, and then 60 for the signal. Yeah, I mean, first for Vorarlberg and then Bernina really proved that the new terrain is where it needs to be to do justice to Semmeringbahn. What do you mean shift mode, Robert? Armadale, yeah, midnight. Ish, you know, flexible, probably one. Not before midnight though, definitely after midnight we finished. Where are we at currently? We are on Maintalbahn. We are due to start Sandpatch grade in 10 minutes, which I'm not going to be, clearly. So I'm probably running about 45 minutes behind schedule, which means I'm probably due to finish about 1. I'm using 11, I think, Simulator Man, whatever the default is. You can use either. You can use, it'll either use 11 or you can put a command line in to make it use 12. But 612 going the other way just for a bit of variety. Very glad that wasn't a red light. Kakaro, always improving and bringing your A game. Dovetail, been buying your game since the OG TSW. Thank you very much indeed, Kakaro. I'm glad you're enjoying it. You enjoy TSW more than TSC, don't know why. So I enjoy TSW more than TSC. Putting biases aside, it's because of that. Bluntly, that's why I enjoy TSW more than TSC. I also know the Simulgraph is a far better system than TSC has. So the physics feel better. But it doesn't have all the trains TSC has, so in some areas TSC is still superior to TSW, being brutally honest. So it is down to preference. You know, what aspects are the ones that you like about it. The fact that I can't get up and walk around makes me crazy in TSC though. A number of times I press the E key and then sigh. Right, back on the 120, 1.6 kilometers to what? What is that? Train Sim Classic uses DX12 now, I think. Recent upgrade. Yeah, timetable mode would be another reason for me as well. Feels like more like I can do what I want. Thank you, Football Manager. Still got loads of time, so hopefully we see that number go up. It's something I've asked the team to have a look at, LSX, yes. Along with settings that aren't saving. There are a lot of open operators over there, Amaze You don't see them in the game because we don't have them licensed. A lot of them don't. And some of them, they still run red trains, and you'll just see their logo is just a little tiny thing in the corner. So if you look at Dresden Chemnitz, I think we've got 3 brand operators on those trains. Not just the big VVO one, but I think some of the trains have got some small ones on the side. We've tried to get some other ones, and you know they're not being quite so helpful. But one of the problems is it's easier, or the thing is it's a lot easier to just do DB stuff, but we're trying to expand the private operators as we can. I can't beat the emotion of Terminator service in timetable mode switching ends. No, I mean, it's the fact that you can chain stuff together. For me, it's just like I used to spawn on a station at a time, and then I would wait for a train to come in, ride the train as a passenger to get to the end of the route. Then I would find my train that I wanted to drive, get into that one, take on the shift, and then I would drive that one somewhere, get to the other end of it, drive it back. You know, you felt more like you can construct a shift out of it effectively. A bit more RPG, if you like. A Football Manager, this is Maintorbahn. I actually started looking at that really in the early days, Robert. I actually started that on GWE. I wrote something which would extract the timetable and render it out as a bunch of driver shift cards. I might see if I can resurrect and see what I need to do to get that back, because it worked out really well. You go to the document, find 1A43 and you'd have a driver's card saying what you were doing and all the rest of it. I think I've been running late on everything I've done, Scott, to be honest. So technically I'm consistent. Hello, stopping here, stopping here, stopping here, stopping here. Bring in the air brakes. Everyone's on the floor in the train, but we stopped. At least it's a long platform, yes. Coming, Amal, coming. It's there in your dev build. Doors. Back on driving. I'm not even going to try and pronounce that. We're going to the G station. What scenario is it, Emma? Has everyone had a go on the fuel efficiency scenario? It's quite fun. It's on this. It's a scenario, and it has a fuel. You've got limited fuel, and it you see the fuel going down, and you've got basically it's how you drive can affect how, you know, whether you even make it to a Schaffenberg in the end. Main Spessart then, Amar? That's the only two routes that have a Schaffenberg in them, or go anywhere near a Schaffenberg. Done it again. Pay more attention to what I'm doing. I was just having a look to see if I could find my old Great Western cards that I put together. Don't know. I'll have to look it up, see if I can find it. Oh yeah, this is the factory station, isn't it? Right, back to paying attention. Back to paying attention. Mikey, thank you very much for the donation. Much appreciated. MSB is main specified, yeah. Ingolstadt. Simulator guy, if you can raise those via the support ticket system, then Chris will harass me about them on a regular basis until they're done. They'll go onto a list of things he regularly talks to me about. We have a meeting twice a week to go through community issues, and he maintains a spreadsheet on there. If you email via the support system, it gets onto that process. We have talked about a modern version of Link Ryan Strecker timetable, but I don't think with no one planning on doing it. Yeah, Semmering Ryan is stunning, Sharon. Absolutely stunning. Viaducts and everything, it's just beautiful. No plans to put it on GeForce Now, Dutch designer, but we have had some conversations with NVIDIA in the past, so I don't know what's involved in putting it on GeForce Now, to be honest. That's an expect stop, so that's the other side there, the start of the other side of the station. So we're okay into the station at least. Hey Jan, how's it going? Not sure what you mean, Jab. I'll expand on the question. I don't know the answer to that question about whether or not there's any missing trains to make the modern link line Strecker work. Don't know what's involved in that. But for such a question, I normally go and send Lucas a message and say, "Oi, Lucas." And he goes, "Oh, what now?" How do you decide what game engine to use? So we tried a number of different. In the original days, we tried a number of different options, and we went with Unreal because it was the closest to, and it was the least imperfect for what we wanted. No one does an engine which is ideal for a train simulator. Nobody. But the biggest thing we needed was the large worlds, and I think Unity weren't really doing it at the time. Epic had something in Unreal which was a first pass, which worked nicely, but it didn't work in the editor, which was a pain. So we had to write that ourselves. So effectively, in the editor, I had to load the entire route into memory. It's like, hang on, I can't have my staff having to need 500 megs of memory, or 500 gigs of memory rather, to load the route in so they can edit it. So we had to fix that. But everything else worked really nicely, and that's why we stuck with it. No regrets at all, to be honest. It's been really good. Has it been perfect? No, but I think it's been the best option we could have gone for. Freight train coming in up here. Thank you. At the time we were looking at building this, bear in mind that dev started on TSW 5-6 years before it was released, and Unity, I'll be honest, back then was no comparison to UE4. It's right up there now. It's come up a long way, but back then it wasn't. And it had no concept of these large worlds back then either. Again, it does now. Just it didn't back then. So we'd have had to start from zero on that feature. Jab, this game is based on Unreal Engine 4. But as ECM2 says, massively modified at a very, very core level. We've re-architected how it handles all its threading and all sorts of things to make it work better for what we need. Train sim on UE5 would be a new train sim job. You wouldn't waste your time trying to convert Train Sim World to UE5 because you wouldn't get the benefit of UE5. I was saying this earlier on in the stream, someone was asking about it, and you'd end up with not using the new lighting system, not using the new world system, not using the new mesh system. Why bother if you're not going to use the new features? And the only way you can use the new features is start again. There's so many hacks and bodges and changes and bug fixes we've had to make to Unreal as well, which may not be relevant in Unreal 5. So you'd have to review all of that and work out, okay, if we redo this whole thing in a different way, we don't need that change anymore. There's a new way of doing it. So there's all sorts of these things that you need to really take into account. It's a huge issue. You'd also be no backward compatibility. UE5 can't load UE4 routes because of the world system change. So you've got to ask yourself, what's the benefit of making the change versus the the downsides of it. We're not taking full advantage of UE4 yet, being honest. So oh yeah, no, the team are researching and looking into UE5, absolutely. We still want to do something with UE5, we just need to work out what that is. The other thing you've got to think about is one of the reasons we haven't bothered upgrading to 4.27 is it take us probably a good 3 months to upgrade to it, and for that you get no new features in the game. So you've got to evaluate the pros and cons of these things. I'd rather spend those 3 months getting new stuff in the game, fixing bugs, rather than just upgrading on the latest one so that we can tick a box and say we're on the latest one. That's because of all the modifications we've made to Unreal. You press the button to do the upgrade and then you spend months going through fixing it all because it's all broken. That's where we get things like one of the Unreal Engine upgrades we did. There was a small change in the internals of Unreal, which meant that all of the signals on the end of the platforms where we had lights suddenly became cars because it was just looking somewhere else for the asset or change the index of something. So it's kind of like you end up with lots of this sort of stupid nonsense which all needs fixing, and then and then all the code changes, reintegrating all of the threading and architecture changes we've done. It's it's bad. It's bad. There is nothing simple about making your own game engine. In this modern day and age, Scott, that is absolute madness. Absolute madness to make your own game engine. You'd spend 5 years making your own game engine before you start making the game. Ooh, I got an achievement. You'd be more flexible, maybe,
but honestly, we have the full source code to the Unreal Engine, and our team know Unreal Engine backwards, inside out, and backwards. So if it doesn't do something we want, we rebuild it the way we want it to be. You know, we've changed all of the rendering, or internals of rendering in Unreal to make it run more efficiently. The Unreal is geared around, or 4 at least was geared around what they call static meshes, which are like your trees, your cars on the side of the road, houses, all that scenery, and it renders that really efficiently, multi-threaded, the works. But skeletal meshes, which normally would be the characters, but in our case it's the trains, skeletal meshes don't get the benefit of that. Skeletal meshes still run one at a time, single-threaded. Now that proves to be a problem when you've got a train with 100 skeletal meshes going past a train with 100 skeletal meshes. So we've optimized that whole process so the whole thing runs multiple concurrency with multiple threads. You know, the team know Unreal Engine so much now that we make whatever changes we need to. So one of the other things was people saying that when we added volumetric fog, and I saw some comments on the forums, uncharitable comments saying, but they just ticked a tick box. It's like, we just ticked a tick box and then spent 2 months making it work properly, because it didn't work well with the sky. The Z ordering didn't work well properly. It didn't work well with fog. It didn't work well with some lights. You know, there's all sorts of things it just didn't work well with. Mostly it worked good, but you can't ship mostly. It's got to work in all the combinations of things. So we do consider it now to be Unreal Engine. It's based on Unreal Engine, Sharon. It's based on Unreal Engine. We have made so many changes to it. Yeah, the volumetric fog is superb, isn't it? Yeah, tech demos are designed to look great at most days. That's their purpose. Oh, Tepic Plug Simulation Station, thank you very much for that donation. Much appreciated. Apologies, I missed that. Speed up. Have we not done Harlem Line in Train Sim Classic? It's in TSW, but I don't know whether we've done it for TS Classic or not. Oh, it's Hudson that's in TS Classic, okay. Get it up to the 80 then. TSC was a proprietary engine, yes, Liam. Endless cause of problems. Expect stop. I would hope so, Amaze Taze, but again it comes down to if the core engine isn't set up to use UE5 properly. You know, the fact that it's in UE5, if it's not lit with lumen using nanite and so forth, you aren't getting the benefit of it. It's going to kind of look like UE4. You know, 4 plus. Lumen and nanite are where you get your real benefits. Lumen is just spectacular. Right, this is a Schaffenburg South. Yeah, I'm on a 500 Hertz restriction because we stopped. Got a green light to get going, 25 kilometers an hour, or 20 kilometers an hour rather. Hertz is off, so we can accelerate to 40. Hey Ted and Lisa, doing good, thank you. Right, coming into a Schaffenburg Hochschule. Darkwatcher Gaming, this is Maintalbahn, says the map. So it's a Schaffenburg in the top, down here. It's a DMU branch line coming south out of a Schaffenburg. Now for Aschaffenburg itself, we can go up to 40. At a 500 hertz go on. Oh. Oh. Oh dear. Looking over at chat. And slowly slid through. Right, I'm going to have a quick 2-minute break, go to the toilet and such. I'll be back in a minute. After I've taken the microphone off, anyway. It's better. Oh dear, right. Let me put this down. I need to sit down for a bit. You can hear me properly now. Oh, sitting down. Oh yeah. That'll do. Right. I am a bit tired, to be honest, but it's because I'm on a diet at the same time as I'm doing this. And I got next to no sleep last night, so. But we're all good. We'll carry on. Sandpatch Grade is next. What was I going to do? Oh yeah, the C40 1L04. What? Eh? What are you on, Matt? What are you on? There's no such thing as a 1L04. What L are you talking about? I ain't even got Rosenheim installed. What you're seeing in the menu there is the unreleased version. It's a not even up to date. Right. Okay. So what I want to do is, oh, what a donkey! I put that on down completely the wrong time. Oh well, this is going to run us well over schedule. That's fine. I'm fine with that. Let's do. I want to do an eastbound run. Yeah, to Cumberland, Virginia Avenue. That'll do. Static. Light clouds. Go. Yeah, it did end, Eddie. Did I finish the service? No. Okay, so I need that one in. That one in. Gauge lights on. I need headlights on. That one in forward. There's another air thing. Where is it? How do I cut in the brakes? Got that one? Oh, it's this one. Right. Cool. Put that on, pull that off. Let's get the air off. Oh, nice. One of Paul's liveries. What we're waiting for is for the airflow meter to zero back out again, and you can see from this that the air is shooting off down the back end of the train, so we're just waiting for that to level out. That's when we know we've got the brakes off. Nope, I can hear wagons moving. Amaze Days, what's that? That's one of Train Simulator Drivers reskins, I guess, that I downloaded. Is anything on the back wall we should be looking at here, like number board lights? Headlight is long hood, no, short hood lead. Engine control is right. Crosswalk lights, short hood number lights should be on. All the motors should be on. Engine stop, like that. get the train stretched out. Yep, we're rolling. Excellent. Oh, I think this was heavy. Oh, 8,000 tons, fair enough. This airflow meter being over here means it hasn't finished pumping the brakes up on the train yet, which is a little bit disturbing. As long as it's all pumped up by the time I need it. Getting started up a gradient. Let's not forget why we're here, folks. There's lots of talk and all sorts of cool things, but we're here today to support SpecialEffect on their GameBlast meeting. On their GameBlast weekend event. So we're trying to do what we can. So we're at £2,070, which is pretty phenomenal, actually. But I'm sure we can do more. So thank you for all your support. Let's see what else we can do. No. That'll do. Why? Which list of people do you mean, Amaze-Taze? Is that the one that everyone got excited about when they were like, "Oh, Matt's leaving. He's not in this list," on the website? That did make me smile. Stupid camera. That's too far up. Come on. Ah, you know what, it'll do. What are we at? 30 miles an hour. Excellent. Oh, and it looks like we are getting the train is finally approaching being pumped up. Terrain on this is just so lovely. Yeah, I've no idea. I think the reason I'm not on that list, Amaze Taze, is because literally from the day they went to do the pictures, I wasn't in that day. And I think that's it. I think that's the long and the short of it. It's something dumb like that, if I remember rightly. How long is this train? 52 cars, nearly 3,000 feet. Hey, train simulator driver, look what spawned up randomly on my train. Hey Barto, how's it going? Use the dynamics to slow me down, not the air. We've only just got the brakes pumped up. Thank you, Ben Appletree. Yeah, doing really well. Doing really well. I'm very pleased. Nine hours and 44 minutes so far, Ben. And Barto? Well, I think free roam the formation designer and such make that digital train set thing more of a reality. I don't think it never really lived up to that for me previously. But the fact that you got a lot more freedom to do things rather than just the predefined things, I think is a big win. Still coming out the back of it there, look. The beans. Nice, his iPad needs charging now. Yeah, but it is the cats are fine, they're just being a nuisance inside. As usual, really. What we got here? So we've got a reasonably steep climb for about another couple of miles. Tomorrow for Antelope Valley, SMRAL. No, I've not got any Steam running this weekend. I don't know quite why I missed that, but I did. I might have another look at the schedule for tomorrow tonight. Been up a tree messing about in timetable mode earlier on Brighton Main Line. Just doing the runs between Reigate, Red Hill, Gatwick on the 166 and then jumping Gatwick Express 387 and back up to Brighton. Wow, sounds like you've had a lot of fun. Yeah, timetable mode gives you a lot of flexibility. Kind of do what you want to do. Good, that suggests that all of our cars are fully pumped up. Yeah, a little while until we get to the summit. I mean, summit is here, isn't it? No, it's here. Summit's here. And then if I remember rightly, that's the start, that's the steep bit there, insofar as anything is steep on Sandbach Grade. This bit here, and then the rest of it's relatively straightforward. 700's good. It really needs like a King's Cross to Peterborough or a London Bedford, I think, to really bring it out to shine. No, neither of those are in the plan. Yeah, the UK is a nice place to visit, Baked Bean Kid, you know, as long as you've got your return ticket. Ben Appletree, you heard earlier about Twitch drives. Is that how Nebworth thing came about? No. The Nebworth thing came about because, and there's nothing more or less than, I was driving a scenario that one of the viewers had written, Club BR Blue 47 on London to Peterborough and TN's Classic. And, you know, as you do, waffling away to viewers, and I wasn't paying attention. You know, this may sound familiar. And I was doing 80 miles an hour when I was just about on the platform and realised, oh, I should be stopping here. So I blew through the platform, and then every missed station from that point on became known as doing a Nebworth. Even though I've done different ones since then, and I've done before then, that one's stuck. However, what happened was that when we went with the Twitch Play stuff, where the chat can drive the train, I set one up so that it started. I can't remember where it started, but it was south of Nebworth, and it ended north of Nebworth. And I was just like, I wonder what they'll do. And I don't recall saying anything. And what happened was that as we approached Nebworth, absolute war broke out in the chat. When it's like the chat divided themselves naturally into two groups: people who wanted to stop at Nebworth and people who did not want to stop at Nebworth. And so there was this absolute battle going on of spamming the throttle to maximum and the reverser to nothing, or vice versa. It was absolutely hilarious. The video is on my YouTube. So, you know, that was a real high point. But it's amazing Twitch Plays Train Sim worked really well. So I'm going to do Twitch Plays Train Sim World at some point. Do you remember when I did I did a Twitch Plays Train Sim with the pump car? And because everyone could only type basically up and down, Twitch banned everybody in the chat. demos. Oh, thank you, Ben. Glad you're enjoying them. The team put a lot of work into them. So that's always really, really welcome to hear. No, it's an automated system. If you say the same thing over and over again, it eventually stops. Just a hint to everybody and some of you people in the chat, you know, I'm just saying. Going under the old main line. That's now part of the walkway. You can walk the main line now. The chair stops at more stations than me as well, Baked Bean Kid. Oh, that's the branch over on the right. You visited the US first time, or where did you go, Ben? I got a 4080 GPU, and honestly I couldn't see any point getting anything more than that. It's just throwing money away, bluntly. Went to Miami, nice. So the first time I ever flew to the States with my wife, went to Florida and we flew into Miami. And I was just looking out the window of the plane going, I'm flying into Sim City! And that was at that point my wife was like, what have I done? I'm on Sandpatch Great Bills. Do you think it's that most days? Yeah, pretty much. Flight Sim, the new Flight Sim is amazing simulator, man. I don't play it anywhere near as much as I'd like to, but it is absolutely amazing. And it works so well in VR, which is pretty much my preferred way of experiencing it. Iron Grove, I'm always interested in seeing what people are doing. I keep an eye, keep one eye on the creator forums to see what people are doing with it. How are we doing here? Summit is here, and we are going to have to continue. It looks like About there, yeah, 5 miles away. Who remembers the demo of Train Sim World that came out? Because I think this was the western end of it. Is it without weird cars? Oh no, this was at the station. Mayersdale Station. I don't know how they're doing it, Ben. I think they're using possibly a rail driver interface. I mean, we have an API, but we haven't published it yet. It's not quite there yet. Hopefully not too long. Yeah, well, the launch of Sandpatch Grade and the demo before it was a rather less efficient Train Sim World than we have today. Why does Train Sim World have boundaries you can't go up to? So, when they make a movie and you see all these scenes, the chances are it's inside a set, it's inside a big hall, or it's outside, and they're just a load of facades on the front. And what happens is if you were to ever move the camera in a way that hasn't been predefined to be allowed to move, you'd see stuff which would immediately look wrong, like the end, and like a wooden end of a concrete building, or what should have been a concrete building or something. The same is true in video game design. In video game design, you don't make the world, you make up to a point. And what you'll see is, out here, let me go back out here to where we're away from the locos a bit. Particularly with the likes of, oh, never mind. It's still loud out there. Particularly with the likes of towns and things, you want to be able to see them, so you need to model them to a point. But if you're going to walk around them, you need to model them to a much higher degree. And then you need to model everything around it that you can't get to a higher degree. And so every time you allow the player to walk somewhere, everything around it has to go up in quality, and up in quality, and up in quality, to bigger and bigger areas. And you end up spending years not working on a train sim, but working on a walking sim that most people aren't going to look at. So it's about controlling the amount of time and effort and making sure that the teams spend it on what matters. Otherwise, you know, far from giving, if you want to walk around all the towns and so forth, you're going to get 10-mile routes. That's what it boils down to. Well, that's it. Sometimes we have to just remind ourselves, what game is this, Odin? What is the point of this game? What do players really want to do about it? And they want to drive trains. Bluntly. I like those bits as well, Bacon, but you know, if I have to make a choice of the team spending more time, see, that was Lucas and Ed going crazy in their own time, and you know what, that's great, I love that. But I can't, for the rest of the team, I can't say, look, you'll work extra hours and do these things, or I can only say, don't do that and do this instead. What do I not do? You know, what do I, instead of doing that extra fancy bit that most people won't look at, you know, what's the sacrifice on that? That's the balance. There's only so many hours in the day. RAM's not such an impact on that Amaze Taste, there's a bit, depending on what you do and how you do it. But it's like there's this, you know, and sometimes you get epic tales of lore and history. So one of the tales that we like to tell internally when we want to talk about, you know, people that have done epic passion projects and they've completely misunderstood the point, was on main SpecialEffect. And you know, on main SpecialEffect you've got a Schaffenburg station and a Schaffenburg port. Well, the artists who are working on it had decided it would be really cool to have like they could climb down a ladder in the Schaffenburg, and you could walk this massive tunnel and climb up another ladder and end up in the port. Yeah, it's great. Except the way they did it was about 1 million objects. And so it destroyed performance, destroyed memory, destroyed everything. I was just trying to work out, why is the Schaffenburg so terrible on performance? We can't figure it out. And then suddenly someone, I think their camera fell underground, for, you know, because of a collision error on the landscape. And they're like, wait, there's all this stuff underground, what's this? And went to go and have a look at it, and it's just like, oh my word. So that all got ripped out. So it's yeah, it's a challenge, and you've got to find that balance. Now, fortunately, you know, Lucas and Ed, when they're doing things, it's very efficient, so that's not such a problem. But it's still a trade-off. If you have only a certain number of hours, no, it's not there anymore, Ben. If you've only got a certain number of hours to work on something, then you have to work out where they're going to be and realise if you spend it in A, you're not going to spend it in B. Oh no, it was got rid of, Amaze Taste, because it was so bad on performance. Like, the highest spec machines in the office were running at like 2 FPS. There's some other fun stuff that they put in which was actually quite good and didn't cause any frame rate impact though. Like the parkour section in the harbour, where you climb out, you walk over planks and across containers and all sorts of things, and eventually you make it to this container which is half open with a bit of a fire in it, and Duncan, the author who did it, graffitied his name on the back of the container. There's no point to it, but it's fun if you find it. Have I eaten today? Yeah, this is what I've been eating. This is food. We get toilets on trains? No. I'd rather have more details on the trains or more trains than have toilets on trains. Yeah, well, we have the same thing with a lot of our stuff as well. Exactly that, Philip. Hey, Trains in Play. I think we're near Summit now. Yes, we're near Summit. It's almost time to lose control of the train. I mean, bring the train down the hill. We do southeastern high speed after this in the 395, have a high speed blast. We'll need it to cleanse the palette after this, I think. I might do that with the accessible controller again, just for some variety. Upgrading the skybox, Ben, is exceptionally time consuming because what's involved in that is you end up having to redo all the lighting on the route, which is around about a month's work. Summit isn't here, it's a little bit further on. Just down here there's a signpost, if memory serves. There it is. Summit of the Alleghenies. Yeah, safety systems are fine on the controller. What degree have I got? I've got a BSc Honours in Computer Science. Right, we're hitting Summit now. I got the BTEC National Diploma in Computer Studies, I think they called it. It was more a business oriented course, and then I went to university. I didn't do A-levels. I've no idea what God mode does, to be honest, to most days. If it's switching the TOD 3 to TOD 4, that's only 1% of the job. It has the biggest impact, but it means your tunnels are going to be wrong, your night lighting is going to be wrong, your emissives are wrong, lights are wrong. That's the stuff that needs tuning. Or like all of these gauge lighting wouldn't work. Your headlights wouldn't work. The on the front of the train, these light sources here, they wouldn't work. They'd all be dim because they'd be 1,000 times too dim. So they didn't have gaming courses when I went to school, Bills. It was I did my GCSEs, then I did the Computer Studies the BTEC National Diploma, and then I got the BSc Computer Science, and then I went off and did software engineering for a living. I worked at I did support for Unipar Pipex, and then I ran an ISP co-ran an ISP for a bit. Then went into programming with British Telecom for 5 years. Then I did online banking security systems for 5 years. Then I did call centres, local government call centres for a few years. And then someone said, "Hey, do you want to come and make train sim games?" And I'm like, "Yeah, go on then." power down. He was on a recent stream actually. He joined us on the chat, Train Simplay. Yeah, I didn't catch switching it over to brakes soon enough. Did you hear what happened about BT Tower? No, I didn't. When did you realise there was a need of a popular like for train sim games in the community? I mean, that I don't take credit for that. Train simulation's been around longer than that I've been involved. With Microsoft Train Simulator, and it's what he's going to go for. And then obviously Railworks, which became Rail Simulator, became Railworks, became Train Simulator. I mean, it was 2013. TS 2013 was in development when I joined. But I was involved in the community since MSTS launched. But yeah, Paul's the one who actually commissioned what was called Rail Simulator back when he worked at Electronic Arts. I've got air brakes on, Sharon. No, we've got loads more yet, SMRL. Loads more. It's slowing down. You're coming on to the steep bit. Thank you, Josh. Oh, I missed another donation. Anonymous, thank you very much for your donation. Much appreciated. $2099.99. That's definitely not going to be triggering anybody. Yes, I worked with European Barn on some of their stuff, but I did quite a lot of work on the London Brighton South Coast add-on. I also did, I don't know if you remember LTV Erie Mining Company. I did one of the cabs on that. And the front cover of Abacus's Roundhouse is my Deltic. Not going to take the brakes off because we hit the I think 1.7, 1.9 shortly. Oh, that's awesome, Bills. I'm glad about that. Ben, this is Sandpatch grade. This is route number 1 of Train Sim World. So the problem with US routes, Ralphan, is about licensing and access. We can't get realistic sounds if we can't access the trains, and we can't access the trains, bluntly. So kind of we're making the routes for the things we can get access to. Oh, it's a beautiful route, Ben. It's a beautiful route. Stephanie Amy, thank you very much for that donation. Cheers, Derek, for flagging it up for me. Much appreciated. Putting us over 2100. That's epic. The route isn't going to be everybody's cup of tea, but what you'll find, if you like switching, I know it's Baked Bean Kid's favourite thing to do, but if you like switching, Ben, the service mode had an update some years ago now, which adds a ton of switching services going on in here, a whole day's worth of activity of switching going on. Alright, it's time to release these brakes. And let's slip the dogs of war. I can't remember what we recorded at the Keza now, John. Well, they kind of are, to be honest, different worlds, Salt. You know, this is East Coast and Cajon is very much West Coast, and they are very different parts of the States. I'm trying to buy myself time now to let the air brakes recharge while the speed creeps back up again. I remember when we first did this, we weren't able to do the trees justice. We came back and did a whole pass over the trees. It looks so much better. Okay, we're going to be breaking the speed limit in a minute then. It's all fine. Nothing can go wrong. What's the gradient look like? It is easing up a little bit in about 3 miles. Do you guys ever feel burnt out when making some projects? Yeah, oh, very much so. We are very happy to see the back of some projects. Right, speed is arrested, we're not getting any faster, it's all fine. Yeah, the big problem for me with MSTS2, Peter, was the whole World of Rails thing. It just didn't sound like a project that was going to work, bluntly. So when it was cancelled, I was just like, called it. Sadly, because some of the screenshots I saw look really good. Yeah, MSTS bin was very good. It's George, something or other, someone or other that did that. Because I hosted the website for a long time. MSTS bin was very good. One of the things I did for London Brighton South Coast, actually, back on then in MSTS, was I made it MSTS bin upgraded so that it did the darkened cabs in tunnels and things like that. No, we're all good, thank you, less than Josh. We actually we surveyed the new Metrolink route at the same time we did the original one. How are we looking? Yeah, we're easing up in under a mile. So I'll go down to 10 and then we'll release the air brakes again. I do, yes, indeed, Gary. No, we didn't have the blueprints to the stations, less than Josh. But we did go out and survey them, so we had access. We had a lot of access. The team are just really good. When they're given the right information and they can get access to these things, they can do a brilliant job. Still waiting for the airflow meter to come in. Hopefully the gradient will ease up enough in a minute that the dynamics can manage it, or buy me some more time at least. You like the horn on TSW4 Metrolink Grade Crossing's nice. How are we looking here? Well, that's what I was going to do anyway. I don't know what you're telling me. Can you tell us if the Metrolink rolling stock will mix between old and new livery? I don't know what I mean by livery. The idea is that it'll use, because they don't ever use a whole train of Bombardier cars anymore. They've got Rotems on either side of them, if not mixed in the middle. So it'll be done like that, prototypically, for how it is currently. Amaze Taze will be doing the, hopefully Easter will be doing the running session. Air brakes bringing our speed down a bit. No, Sam doesn't work at Dovetail anymore, Bills, sadly. Oh, is it leveled out a bit? 0.8%. Since the last stream, it's probably changed a bit. Track plan has even changed since the last time it was streamed, Amaze Taze. There's some changes in Victoria Terminus area, adding a whole new turntable to it. Called it roundabouts on the last stream. Genius. What was it? There is another new one going, and the Cameron station at the top has been ripped out and being replaced. So there's a new track layout going on there as well. I don't know whether that is hoping to have that done for the Easter weekend. I don't know whether how time has gone on for that. Is it feasible to do a Reigate, Red Hill, Gatwick, Red Hill, Reigate in one run with the editor? You can do whatever you like in the editor, Ben. While I'm here, do you know why the CSX GP40 add-on never carried? So the CSX GP40 add-on was an add-on that went into Northeast Corridor, which wasn't brought across. JP! Oh, nicely done, JP. Nicely done, JP. 2121.21. Well done. So yeah, the add-on it was for didn't come across. And then when we were looking at it, it was going to take quite an extensive amount of work to bring it up to the level that the newer Sampats grade stuff was on. And given the state of the art, which was also really old, everyone just agreed, you know what, if we want to do a GP40, we just got to do another GP40 and do it again. Because you'd spend as much time fixing and patching this one up to the right level than just doing it from scratch and get a much better job. So, and we just haven't got around to doing it again, that's why. Steffi, we don't think we've got any formations like that in there, but assuming you're on PC at least, you'll be able to use the formation designer to do that, I think. And then later on in console, you'll be able to do it once it gets launched on there. How do you get views? What platform are you on, Holy Zoinks? Are you on console or are you on PC? We're finally at a gradient where it's actually going to maintain it on the dynamics. Fantastic. That'll give the air brakes time to charge. You're on PC. You're on PC, Steffi. In that case, you can just use the formation designer to make up the formations as you wish then. You're on PC, Holy Zoinks. Press 3. Use the cursor keys. Press 1. And press 1 to get back. There's 2 is like a panning camera like that. 3 is a camera you can fly around. 8 is a completely unhooked camera. It's up to you to keep it up with the train. But always 1 to get back in the cab, yeah. Dial the dynamics back a little bit and let some speed come back up. What formation are you talking about, Amma? Oh, in this one it's trains and drivers. Oh right, yeah. Centers of view when you press 1. Do you know about Control 0, Josh? Have you ever fallen out of a train, Josh? You're about to bang your head on the desk. Control 0 will reset you back to the cab of the last train you were sat in, regardless of where you are. Back on the steeps again. Oh, hello. The air is just about finished pumping as well. That's good. Hey, Agent Iconic. Yeah, well, it just automatically reinstalled when I rebuilt them, when I got the new machine, Paul. I keep saying one day I'm going to go through and have a look at the millions of things I've subbed to and tidy it up a bit, and then never do. Oh, not too far now to Hyman. No, I don't think Clintsfield is on the to-do list, Barney Mitch. one of the train spotting benches. So I'm streaming today and tomorrow, Holy Zoinks. Streaming tonight till about midnight, and then from tomorrow 10 till about midnight. No plans on those things, Steffi? Snack time. Let me just mute the microphone a minute. better. Needed that. Spiky, thank you very much for that donation. Much appreciated. Train Hutler, this is Sam Hatch grade. CSX Abbey Hall, whatever you want to call it. Can someone type it in for Train Hunter? Where are we at now? Oh yeah, getting there, getting there. I don't know why that keeps coming up. Do I listen to music when you drive a train? No, rarely. I want to listen to the train. But I don't listen to a lot of music normally. Because the problem is when I listen to music, my brain stops being able to do other things. It's really annoying. I look at other people who've got music on while they're doing things and just marvel, I can't do that. Barney-Witch, how many wagons? 50. There's 50 cars, 2 in the front, obviously the loco, so consist size is 52. It's not a long train. I am doing a service. I'm doing N536 Cole, Newell to Brunswick. Let the speed creep up again a little bit. Many freight cars. There we go, found the end. Wow, it's even got an entertain device. Look at that. Hey Steve, how's it going? So once we get around to Heinemann and through the village or town, then the speed limit jumps up shortly after that to 50 most of the way in. Steve, no, this is Sandpatch Grade. The OG, yeah, absolutely. No, this is an old one. A lot of people have probably put this one away and not even thinking about it. Oh, there absolutely are, Steve. All over the place. Someone earlier on was saying they used to drive American routes and now they predominantly drive UK routes. Somewhere down here is the caboose. Here they are down here, I think. The old Chessie cabooses. The speed limit's gone up. Just let it drift up in speed. Did you take the opportunity to pick up the MP36 and MP15 as well, Steve? There's the brakes. Forgot I had the brakes on. been set up. Let's get the dynamic brakes on and stretch out the time we've got left before we need to apply brakes again. Oh. And then you've got Virginia Avenue is kind of there somewhere. Oh, how are we doing? 21.46. That's incredible. Don't forget to keep those donations coming in. I'll run the video again in a minute, or after we've done this one, and then when we switch on to Southeastern, I'll put the accessible controller back on. And we'll do that for a bit. Oh, the air brake needle, airflow meter is coming back now. Slowly but surely. Hey there, Francois. I was supposed to have started Southeastern an hour and a half ago. Oh, hello, welcome, Jason. Nah, my streams never run to schedule, but that's fine. They're only there as a guide to allow people to figure out what they want to see. Only a very gentle downgrade now. Oh dear. Got a break and quick trip to the loo, I think, once we've done this. Not too much longer to go now. It's a good shout on the drift as well. You see, I've got a wireless microphone, Paul, but you just unplug the lavalier from the transmitter and all is good. Well, unless someone tells me otherwise from today's streams, and you've all been keeping it quiet anyway. Old Cherry's just behind. Old Cherry's sitting right there, ready to make trouble. You see, what I do, Paul, is I keep the transmitter on the desk. So if I stand up without thinking about it, it falls on the floor, and you hear it, and it pulls on the microphone, and then I think, oh yeah, I should unplug that. This is the theory anyway. So far so good. Hey, Will Point. Yeah, doing well, doing well. It is indeed Will Point, yes. Sandpat's great. I like the eastbound runs, Steve, because you've got the steeper run downhill. And for me, US Freight is all about the downhill. I find the uphill tedious, but the downhill, that's good. You feel like you're driving a train. That's there, Leslie. I do that sometimes, Steve. Hey, good evening, Dr. Creeper. Cumberland, 2.7 miles. Can you use PSVR on TSW? No, you can't. But there is. Sony are apparently looking at making PSVR 2 work on PC, and then you'd be able to use Preydog's mod to use it on VR. I don't know how good that's going to end up working out, or when it'll end up working out, but you know, it's not available. You can't use it on PlayStation VR, and you can only use it on PC's VR systems using the Preydog modification. Maryland, Roblox. It's right in the north of Maryland. Oh, okay, I've got the light now. If you were to pick up old TSW on disc for PS4, do you want to get PS5 version? Yes, you do. Right, how are our junctions looking? Oh, that's right. We're stuck in there. That's all good. Crew change. Yeah, of course, Train Simulator driver, of course.
I think we're going to abbreviate the upcoming schedule a little bit. We'll do Southeastern. I think I'll skip Bernina because it's an hour and a half, and we'll see where we get to. Welcome, MR26P2. This is the Amtrak station. Well, we're running even a lot later now because I'd only got this one down in the schedule as 30 minutes and it was 90. So this has put me to, you know, best part of 2 hours behind schedule. I haven't yet, Wolf Boy, but I need to get that sorted for him. Yeah, it's a 66. Hey there, Amador. Did you have a good dinner? Yeah, this is coal I'm hauling. No, I think I think I somehow managed to put a UK thing in there because it had like a UK train reporting number in the service name as well. So I think I just got a bit mixed up with that. "4,000 feet. 2,000 people look up and said, "What?" Eddie, if you go into accessibility under settings, you can turn on the mini HUD. Oh, that's not a bad shout. I could switch to an Ashford service. That would do the job. Find me one, Liam. Yeah, Steve. If the camera goes too high up, you will very quickly see me stop making scenery. Bluntly, the higher the camera has to go, the bigger the cone of where you need to have stuff, and exponentially the routes take longer and longer to make. See you later, Emma.
$700 feet. What's going on over here? The heck is that? I've said it before, I'll say it again. Oh, some absolute nonsense going on for a bloody downloads. And I got booted out of my seat as well. Excellent. Right. Let us return to the menu. Right. I'm going to go and have a quick stand up. What did you say? 1J83. Right. I'll do 1J83 next. Find me a shorter Allegro scenario if you can, Liam. But wait until I get back before you say it or I'll miss it. All right. Back shortly. Plug the transmitter. Okay. That's better. Put that on. Put that on. Now I want to do this thing again. Let's put this out of the way. Get the controller on. Let's pump the stand up so I can do the microphone. Not the microphone, the you know what I mean, the camera. Let's put the camera on. That's that one. E. Cool, and now I need to plug it in. Now, with the desk in the up position, maybe it's better off plugging in there. Oh, it works too. Excellent. It does. Super. Okay. Are we all back? Right, Liam, what was that one that you found for me? Let me just... R4624. 4624. And that one is 45. And the one we're about to do, I think, is what? Choose a route, southeast high speed, timetable full 395, and it was 1J83, which is 37 minutes. 40. Okay, cool. This is bringing time back. Sam Patch Grade was 0130, which it is 2132. Wow, that's still way behind for that then. Nice. Let's stop waffling and get on with it. This wire is a thing. It really is. Cool. Let's go. Going to do this using this. This is the controller that SpecialEffect have loaned us. This is sort of an example of some of the stuff they would hand out to people. Actually, before I start this, I'm going to run the video because then you'll see the controller. Hang on a minute.
Nobody likes being left out. That's why SpecialEffect are helping people with physical disabilities to play video games. But this isn't just about having fun. The gaming setups we create are personalised, so people can play to the very best of their abilities. And that opens the door to inclusion and independence, confidence and creativity. Help us level the playing field and create more magical gaming moments. Because it's everyone's turn to play.
So you would have seen something like this in that video, the base thing, some of these buttons. So this is basically that, and the controller itself is, I can't easily
popping the camera down there, but it's a Microsoft adaptive controller, which I've just got down there, which goes onto this array of buttons. And this is kind of a sort of one of the things that they have as an option. Oh, Steve Gadd, thank you for the donation, much appreciated. So this is kind of one of the options they've got to them, particularly for PC and Xbox players. Obviously PlayStation, they've got their own controller. Right, to get the doors open, so I need first of all to put it in forwards. Door open. So you've got these giant buttons, and as you saw in there, some of them had the buttons on the floor, some of them were holding the buttons, some of them are put them on the side of chairs, and they can hit them like that if they want to. You know, it's if you can move a muscle anywhere, you can somehow attach a button or a lever or something to it and use it to input into the game. And that's what this is, a selection of different things, and they'll try all sorts of things out to work out, you know, how they can use what they can use. It might be they can use your feet, you can use your feet to operate these things, you know, all sorts of things. So, you know, they say, you know, just because you can't use a controller, which is quite fiddly, doesn't mean you can't enjoy games. And so the money that you guys donate, £2,156.84 of it so far, wow, brilliant folks. The money that you guys donate, what it does is it allows them to do, they offer this thing called a lending library, which is amazing. Let me just get the safety systems on. So they offer this thing called a lending library that lets them loan equipment to people. That's it. Let me just sort this out. TBM, KBB. So yeah, the money that you guys pass on, what allows them to buy this stuff so that they can loan it out. Q for special effect is for autism people without wheelchair. I don't know quite what you mean with that. It's for everybody who can't play games or is having difficulty playing games and they want some help. And then essentially what they can do is they can come up with something and help you figure out, and then let you try some equipment out using the lending library. Right, where am I going? I'm accelerating. Before you then want to commit to paying for it. I mean, it's a lot cheaper now because of the adaptive controller, the button panel. So this Logitech did a button panel for about 70 quid with a bunch of buttons on things in it. Some of this stuff is from the Logitech set, some of this stuff isn't. We're going to go somewhere? Oh, hang on, idiot. I need to pan up, shoes down. It's better. Line is on. Control breaker is closed. There we go. This isn't the only kind of thing that they've got, but this is actually a surprisingly effective option. To the 25. Yeah, it doesn't have to be. So I think if I'm understanding you right, Roblox, it's not just for people who are in a wheelchair. What I'd say is if you have any kind of an issue, health related, that's making it difficult to game, talk to them and they'll tell you whether or not it's something that is in their remit to help with. And even if it isn't, they may just be able to come up with a couple of quick options for you. Things like suggesting this, which you can get on Amazon. You know, this is not hard to get hold of kit. Right, heading for Stratford next. .100 km an hour. I played this route quite a lot, to be honest, Joe. Just because it's my local route as well. We all play our local routes if we got one, don't we? Oh, I forgot headlights, yeah. I did. Good catch, Derek, good catch. Right, clear up to the 225. It's not really so much of an Easter egg. I mean, you can, if you really try, you can just about get to the office, but it's not really rendered. We haven't really modelled the office as such. You can just kind of look at the general area and go, that's where the office would be. You heard it was a dove. First I've heard of it. If it is, then Armadar. .90, going downhill a bit now, so we'll speed up. Wow, we've been alive for live for 12 hours, just about. How did that happen? It was 8 when I last looked over there. What's wrong with it, Amaze Taze? What's your local route, Hannah? Oh, the Gemmel, yeah. Yeah, no, I'd like to see the Gemmel at some point. The main barrier on that is Greater Anglia. But if we were able to get the license, then I'd love to do that. Particularly with the new floats, they're quite cool. Either that or go back and do it with like 86s and DBSOs or something. So out of interest in the licensing, could you make Gemmel on the older 86s without license? You'd still need a license